Good evening, guys. Good evening, Aaron. Good evening, Miss B. Good evening, Ruatoma. Good evening, BP Musi. Good evening, Stanzin ST. Itada. Good evening, Miss Connections. Mpo. Good evening, Bella. Good evening. Good evening, user. Good evening, Monde. Matiwane. User 95, good evening Nico, good evening Dimamzo, good evening Luhumo, good evening Busi, good evening Nainai, good evening Robert, good evening Oyawande, good evening Politics, good evening Lashana, good evening Vosi, DK School, good evening Shule, good evening Matume 105, good evening Muder, good evening Elias, good evening Cleve Baloi, good evening Blessed, Woman of God, good evening Busisi We, good evening Togozizi, good evening Downswing, good evening Judah, good evening Mafa, good evening Tebo Bakwena. Good evening Matips. Good evening Christian. Good evening Mtibobo. Good evening Sharon G. Good evening Sipo. Good evening G Shongwane. Good evening Stamzin. Thank you Tebo. Good evening JJ. Good evening Jerry Papas. Good evening Stembiso. Good evening Zizilam, good evening Kosi Reigns, Motivate, good evening Tash, Mr. Mtsweni, good evening Tebu, good evening Prince, good evening Mami Girl, good evening Baby Trey, good evening KB, user 69, Nhlakanipo, Eitada. Mpoma Sikela, Eita, good evening Nkosana Sibanyoni. Good evening Fikile, Senator Teshi, Mr. Mehala Se. Good evening Monica. Alright guys, let's start with our meeting. If I could not call your name, my apologies. I'm not able to catch up with the comments. Let's start with our discussion. I hope you guys must have seen this trending video where members of the VIP protection unit responsible for protecting Deputy President Paul Mashatile assaulted some guys on the N1 highway. So I thought people might want to talk about this. Was this necessary? Was this abuse of power? What actually was happening? And what laws are applicable in this kind of matter? What was supposed to happen? So those would be our discussions. Where the polo drivers wrong? I've heard people saying anything that involves polo drivers, they are the wrong ones. Before you hear the case, before we listen to facts, as long as it's a polo, some people are saying, as long as it's a polo, they are wrong. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't justify that kind of assault. But before we get deep into the issues, let's deal with our usual house rules. For those who are regulars, you know the rules. But for those who are joining us for the first time, we've got rules, guys. This is not one of those lives where everyone speaks, people shout at each other, there's vulgar language left, right, and center. The host is fighting with people on the panel, everybody is speaking. Here there is order, here there is decorum. We listen to each other, we debate the issues, we argue, we differ where there's a need. But we do that with respect. We don't speak over each other. We don't shout at each other. You don't tackle the man, you tackle the issue. tackle the fact, argue with the fact, don't ridicule an individual. Those rules, we observe them when we come to the panel and even on the comment section. On the comment section again, guys, let's avoid using crying emojis. TikTok doesn't like those. And one important thing, this live takes place in a public platform and it's recorded automatically by TikTok. The recording is available to me at the end of the live, and I reserve the right to repost in my other social media platforms. But like I usually say, you shouldn't worry much about that because it doesn't show people's faces, that recording. It doesn't show the comment section, only the voices. The recordings that you should worry about is those that people do with their cell phones, because those recordings, they do show people's faces, they do show the comment section. But like I usually say, there's nothing to worry about in the things that we discuss. We are just simply exercising our freedom of expressions and freedom of speech. So let's be free, but let's be free with responsibility. If you are going to make allegations, please have the base for that in case you are taken to task. Otherwise, if you're not sure, practice using the word allegation or alleged so that we are safe and this platform doesn't subject people to unnecessary harm. And last but not least, this is not a grow party, this is a discussion platform, an education platform. But because we've got the numbers, let's use the numbers to support each other. Let's use the numbers to make friendships. We've got 387 people already, 389, going to 400. Let's make friends. You never know where these friendships will take you, guys. You can find an employer here. You can find an employee. You can find a best friend. Female bestie, male bestie. You can find the wife, you can find the husband, you can find boyfriend, girlfriend, side chick. It's winter now, you can even find a blanket with eyes. So let's not be shy to make friends with these 400 people and more other people who are still going to join. So when you see anybody double tapping the screen, anyone who's sharing the life, yes, side chick, you never know. In life, we need these things. If you see anybody sharing the life, liking, double tapping, follow those people. But most importantly, gifters. If you see gifters, I think I've seen one who has started operating. Follow those people, Tesh and Wubakwena. Thank you, guys. If you see these gifters, follow them. They will follow you back. Thank you, Vuvu. Thank you, Tandos. They will follow you back after the live, guys. And gifters, when people follow you after the live, please follow them. Follow them back. Hopefully, there won't be scammers in the midst, but you can see scammers from a distance. So when you see a scammer, simply block them. So yeah, let's start. Let's start with our meeting for tonight. I see people have started requesting. Thank you, Ndlovu John. Thank you, Tandos. Follow those gifters, guys. They've started operating. Let me check them again. Vuvu, Tandos, Ndlovu Jones, Tesh, Chido, Tebo. Thank you, guys. Let's make sure we become friends with those gifters, because they will support you as well when you go live. Thank you, Mr. Zach. Over and above them motivating us to be here, they will also support you when you go live. I'm not sure if my moderator, chief moderator is here, Brenda. I've not seen your name. If you are here, please make me aware. I've not seen Brenda. I'm not sure if you guys have seen Brenda. Brenda, if you are here, please indicate. If not, I'll see who can help me to moderate this discussion. It's possible that she might have not seen this live because it was scheduled just today. So yeah, anyway, let's continue. We'll see if I'm able to, my other moderators are able to join. If you are my moderator, if you know you're my moderator and you are here, please show yourself. Momada, invite me on your lives. I double tap screen. Yes, Momada, I will do. All right, guys. I'm not going to talk too much. I want to speak more about this issue on the videos. So what I'll do today, I'll give, and if there's anything that needs to be clarified, I'll clarify it if I've got that information. So for now, people an opportunity to come and share their views. Remember, guys, as soon as I accept you, please mute your microphone. As soon as I accept you, please mute your microphone up until it's your time to speak. Up until I let you that it's your time to speak, mute your microphone. Let's see, I'm still accepting people. I'm hoping members of the SAPS will also join us, or members of the VIP protection unit. They'll join us and tell us why they sometimes have to behave like this. Okay, let's see who's number one. Maestro, you can unmute your microphone and talk to us.
Good afternoon, Brady, and how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. But this is such a troubling incident, and we are very fortunate as a country or as citizens to have seen this barbaric act taking place. It means it's something that they are used to doing. They get away with it, and
Yes.
now we are fortunate that somebody was recording it. I would say that's the fortunate part, that somebody was recording it. And irrespective of what those guys could have done on the road, nobody gives them permission to beat up people. Even though, I would say, even if the deputy minister was inside that car, that still does not give them the right to bully people and beat people up. With the depleted state resources that we have as a country, now the Minister of Police is going to be sued for something that could have been avoided, for something that could have not happened at all. I mean, if they could have passed. I mean, because I was listening to an interview today by the brigadier who's responsible, the brigadier Atlenda Mati, saying that whenever you see SAPS members, as people, we need to move out of the way. There are roads which are dangerous. If you are on high speed and there's no way that you can move out of the way, they will flash, irrespective of whether you put your life in danger, to give them leeway to pass. They don't care. And I guess actually there are just number of cases that we have not seen where this has happened. I mean, stomping somebody to that level, to a point that they are unconscious. And
Maestro, I agree with you 100%. No? But can we also ask a question to South Africans? Okay, we don't know the facts yet, and we're gonna be cautious on this one. But why would people try to block a VIP convoy, especially that convoy carrying a president or deputy? Why would people try to do that?
I doubt they were trying to prevent it from passing. Actually, fine, I do not have the facts to know what really happened at that particular incident, irrespective, because where they were already on the outside of the road. Now that, I mean, they were given the right of way. They could have proceeded and left, but they chose to stop with that guy, because that guy's car was, I mean, where the incident takes place, the car was on the far left, outside the road, and they continued and they pursued them and they went to beat them up. If the incident could have happened in the middle of the road, where those guys stopped in the middle of the road where the car was, I would say in the first lane, and they could have beaten him, they could have beaten them there, then that could have been a situation whereby the president or the deputy president's life was in danger. These people posed danger. And I mean, there's nowhere where it shows that those guys had weapons. I mean, it's like, okay, fine. From the evidence that we are looking at, it doesn't show that they had weapons and they posed any serious threat. Fine, you need to be cautious of any threats that, I mean, that might be there directed towards the person that you are protecting. But once you have ascertained that their life is not in danger and there's no situation to be carried on, you proceed and move. They stopped, they wanted to prove a point, they beat them up, they left them unconscious, and they left. And as police, once you come across somebody, I mean, who is unconscious, whether it's by your own doing or not by your own doing, you are compelled by law to call in backup to come and assist that person, because you are called in to serve and protect. So I mean, in all the ethos of police, serving and protecting, they failed in that. They failed in that.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a field day for lawyers because they are going to sue the Minister of Police.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you, sir.
that. Yeah. Oh, are you done?
Like, same, Bradeni. These guys need to be called to book. And I know nothing of serious consequence will happen to them. They will be moved from one department to the other, because it's like when you are vicious and attack people, that's when you are seen as a proper VIP protector. When you call in the discipline. 7 people against young boys. And about what you could see, actually
8. Yeah, it was actually 8.
8 against 3 small boys. No, thank you, Bradeni, for the platform.
No, thanks, Maestro. And I was just probing, Maestro, guys. I'm just being a devil's advocate here, but from the face of it, those SAPS VIP protection guys were wrong. Like I indicated on the video that I did earlier during the day, their conduct is guided by the law. Their conduct is guided by Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Firstly, I know they're going to argue that that car posed a threat to the principal that they were protecting. But if that is the case, once they establish that there was no threat, they should have not used that kind of force. Or if they thought those guys were obstructing them or obstructing their way or obstructing justice, then they should have arrested them. I'll explain some of these things, guys, in detail on the videos, how these guys are supposed to behave, their standard operating procedure, what was supposed to happen there. But I'm not going to try and do it here because I'll take a lot of time for people to share their views. So yeah, there's a lot of wrong things that I think were happening in that situation. Mpo, you can unmute the microphone. Remember, guys, 5 minutes per speaker, especially in topics like this where there's a lot of people who want to share their views. We enforce the time limit of 5 minutes as proposed by members of this live. Mpo, please unmute your microphone and talk to us.
Dumelane kaofela on the space. Good evening, each and every good morning. Yeah, Braden, now I'll come at the angle. As a driver myself, I've been driving for many years. There's something that we are missing here. The problem starts from driving school. The problem.
Yes. Yes.
There, the problem starts. South African road users, because I'm based in South Africa, we don't respect the road. Because even you drive, normally I drive almost every day. People, they don't want to move. They're in the first lane. You find out they drive 60. You understand?
Yes.
And there's a lot of things that happen in our road. Unfortunately, most of them, they are not captured on the video.
Yes.
And South Africa got this tendency, as a driver, myself, we own the road.
Yes.
And other people intentionally, they just block VIP protection units intentionally.
Yes.
Because again, there's this question mark, we got right. This right, sometimes we practice them in the wrong way. And the incident that happened, we just capture the end tail of the matter. Let's assume like this. This thing happened from somewhere else. Those ladies that took the video, they took at the end in the middle of the scene. Those guys, they can't just go, grab those boys. We are in a violent society in general. We are a violent society. People, they are killed each and every way. If you can check KZN, people, they are moving their bodyguards.
Yes.
People, they are moving their bodyguards. And it's very like, the guy that died now a couple of months back, he was shot from the restaurant. You understand?
Yeah.
Let us, as a people, are we honest with ourselves? And when to danger, does it matter the age, the size? If it was, minister, the deputy minister, he was shot, what are the people gonna say now? This remind me of Christian when he was assassinated, because he asked his bodyguard to go home, and after that they were shot. They shoot him, kill him. Let us, even myself and you, Braden, are we South African obey the rules of the road? This one is open to each and everyone here. We are arrogant. We are self-centered as South African, including myself. When we drive, I'm from Limpopo. When we drive in the highway, we are arrogant. If I drive the car, I'll show who I am. And there's one other incident, Revaya bus in Joburg. He closed Zuma convoy, the bus driver. What are we saying? This is us. Let's learn to respect our law. I thank you. I thank you, leadership.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. And I share your, as you go away, I share your sentiments. I partially agree with you. There's no reason for anybody to try and block a presidential VIP convoy. But let's pack it like you say. People have a tendency on the road of driving slow on the fast lane. But again, we must be cautious, guys. We do not have all the facts. We don't know what happened. That video does not show us where the scene started. It only shows us 52 seconds of what happened. So hopefully we will get the facts as the investigations continue, and we would be able to talk with more accuracy or more certainty. Hopefully those guys would come out as well and lay open a case, because apparently they've not opened a case. They are fearing for their lives. Chances are that they could have been intimidated already. We don't know. But yeah, we at this point, we really don't know what could have happened. But as a general principle, Mpho is right. There is a bad tendency on our roads for people to drive as if they own the roads. But again, that doesn't condone the behavior of those guys. But I'm going to tell you after this live, guys, on the video, I'm going to tell you more about the profile of those guys. These are highly trained members of the SAP, a special task force. They are not trained to kiss people on the road. Their training is hardcore, but again, like I said, it doesn't justify what they did. But obviously, SAPs will defend them, and yeah, we will see how this thing goes. Mr. Mtsweni, please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, Prateni and everyone on the platform.
Evening.
Good evening.
Yes, okay, Prateni, we don't know really what has happened. And yes, the protection unit, they are well trained. I think also the issue of being disciplined in public is one of the things that they should practice. And there are also some other areas whereby as public or as citizens, we need to understand their duties. I don't think the guys were trying to block them, or they did push them with the lights, flicking the lights for them to move away. We don't know what has happened. But what we saw is when they are beating up them, of which it doesn't reflect very good to us as South Africans. So
Yes.
on this way, if there was something wrong that they have done, they should have called the police and arrest them, so that we know what to do, and we also adhere to some of the things that we don't know as citizens. They might be beaten because they are far from us. I mean, Pumalanga, next time it will happen to me. So we don't know what has happened. So it's not good to show up, or the way they did, we can say, yes, they are protecting the VIP, or they are protecting the deputy president. The deputy president to be there, it's our vote for him to be there. So they must also understand the levels. Not all of us, we know their level of driving or of protecting the deputy president or the president. But they must also give a space to us that we need to understand. If they are flashing the light, they are meaning move away. Sometimes the space doesn't allow you, or maybe the cars, they were driving 60 or 40, the president is becoming late for a flight and so on. But the reaction that we see is what we are going to discuss on it. Was it right for them to beat up people like that as if it was a robbery, or they were showing a threat? A threat meaning they were having weapons in their hands. While I don't see anything in their hands, but I saw some of the these protection guys, they're having guns in their hands, of which it's not good. The crime is too high in South Africa. We've never saw something like this happen to the people who are really dealing with crimes or drugs or whatsoever. But if they were not patient to understand or to see why is the polo maybe disturbing them and so forth, you can see if a person is coming a threat, the risk is too high for the deputy president, or the risk is become higher for them as well. There's also a space whereby we can align it on the better way than what they did. That guys, they are the parent of somebody, they are brother of somebody, uncles of somebody, as if they've done something very, very, very bad or big to the deputy president. So I think these things must come to us as a let them also. We don't know these sections. They are working with these things. They are trained, but for us as citizens, we don't know what is happening. We don't know what to do if you see the blue lights from far. On the few minutes, the car is here next to you, flashing you for you to shift. Sometimes you don't know where you must shift to, and
But
now
Mr. Mtsweni, can I be a devil's advocate again on this one?
yes.
Yes, I agree with you, but Presidential Protection Unit moves in a unique way. There's no way you can see them that this is a different blue light gang. Firstly, there are bikes. There's a number of bikes that will open the way, get cars out of the way. and then there would be other cars coming fast and furious once they've opened the way. And there would be other bikes behind, making sure that nobody gets close to them. So when it comes to VIP protection, yeah, president, especially president and deputy, that one, it moves in a particular way. There's no way of not seeing that this is a different convoy.
Yes, I agree with that one, Prateni, as you are mentioning them. So I think before it gets to the first ones that are closer to the deputy president, they should have someone shifting the polo or approaching them than the other unit approaching the guys with the polo. So the issue of beating up is the one that I'm focusing on. That it should have not been, but they should have.
Ntatanyeo, please mute your microphone. You've been asking me to add you. Now I add you, Ntatanyeo.
Okay.
Thank you,
Tatanya.
Ntatanyeo.
All right.
So, Samson, you can complete your point.
Thank you. On my closure, yeah, whatever that has happened, Prateni, I think they should have a way of handling it. Not on that way beating up on the street like that, because there are different convoy that is traveling with the deputy president. Either the bikes or the SAPS that are around there, they should have approached the polo for them to deal with them on a different way than the one that are closer to the deputy president to deal with them. Now they're handling it on the wrong way, of which we don't know where it has started. We are assuming, building up some of the point that they can't just come out of the car and approach them and beating up them. Something has happened somewhere, of which we don't know what has happened. But handling them like that, I disagree on my side. So yeah.
No, I disagree as well. Yeah. No, thank you, Mr. Mtsweni. I disagree as well. I'm just being a devil's advocate, like I've been saying, but that assault was unnecessary. It was wrong. It should have not happened, and it should not happen. But thank you. Guys, before we go to the next speaker, I see most of you are asking me to accept you. I'm going to try and accept you. The queue is very long. I think there's about 30 people on the queue, so I will get you guys. Don't stress. We having 5 minutes per speaker, so I'll try to get as many people as we can. And thank you for all those gifts, Puseletso. Thanks a lot, and thank you for the likes, guys. We're sitting on 42K. I think we can take those likes to over 100K in the next 10 to 20 minutes. So let's continue. Double tapping the screen. There's a lot of people on this live to push those likes to move faster than where they are now. So let's keep on double tapping the screen, and don't forget to follow all those top gifters. Puseletso is busy operating there. So follow him, guys. Denity M, please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, Mr. Denny and the listeners.
Good evening. Hey, Chara.
Yeah, my brother, man, I'm not going to be that long. And I'm not going to side with anyone, and I'm not going to defend anyone. But in this matter, there are several questions that we should ask ourselves.
Yes.
What did the victims do in the first place?
Yes.
And then were they posing danger?
No.
And then the other thing, what did they do to pose that danger? In this question, I just want to know, did they produce anything, a firearm, anything that shows that now they are posing danger? And then where was the person, the deputy president, the one who they were escorting by that moment? Understand? Because if we can claim that these boys were posing danger, then what did they do to pose that danger?
Yes.
That's the most important question is, what did they do to pose that danger?
Yes.
Well, it is, and they are entitled to drive at high speed, and we are also entitled to give them space. But then they are not allowed in any way to stop and assault anyone. Because the moment you stop there yourself, you are posing danger to the person that you are escorting. The moment you are stopping them,
Yes.
that few minutes that you are stopping, you are posing danger, because anything can happen to the person that you are escorting. I'm not sure if I'm clear on that one.
You are clear, very clear.
And then the other thing, we are viewing this footage from the other angle. We don't know. We don't see from other. We are only viewing it from the other angle, and everyone is speculating. No, there are a lot of speculations here. It is just unfortunate that this one was captured. My brother, there's a lot of things that are happening on daily basis on the road. Some of which police are being assaulted, police are being thrown by stone, and some of them they're being shot dead. But none of those activities will be captured on a video footage. That's the unfortunate part of South Africa. And as a South African, I just need to make peace on that one, that the police in South Africa are not treated like an ordinary or a normal citizen. They are expecting a police to be something,
Yes.
I don't know what was, something more than just a person. Understand? But then from this video, my brother, our members are very wrong, are totally wrong.
Yes.
Stopping and assaulting, whether those boys were driving on a fast lane, on a slow, that's why they say, if there's someone in front of you, take the other route. It doesn't mean that this polo can close the whole and this whole freeway. Can't be. If they are on the fast lane, then there's an alternative line.
Yes.
Then why did they decide to stop? At the end of the day, they did stop themselves. And then again, they are leaving someone there unconscious. What if that person dies there?
Yes.
I know. I heard one of the speakers who said it was their responsibility to call an ambulance. No, I'm not. I don't agree with that one. Fine. For them to assault that person to a point where the person is now being unconscious, then it's wrong, my brother. And like I've just said, it is just unfortunate that they didn't even go to open a case against them. But yeah, I'm very much disappointed with the conduct of our members, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Brother Denny. Good evening.
I messed up my screen here.
Thank you, Pusaletso. Pusaletso is on fire today, brother. Yo.
Yes, I see him. Actually, I wanted to type a message for him, so I got stuck somewhere. Guys,
I've been thanking him.
Let's take this moment.
Sanbonani.
Wait,
Good.
Tata Nyawo, we coming
Tata
to
Nyawo.
you.
Good and Tata Nyawo.
Guys, let's take this moment to follow Puseletso. Puseletso has always been the star of this
Thank
life.
you, Gianni.
But now Puseletso does not appear. Oh, he's there. He's our number one gifter, guys. Before I go to the next speaker, can we all go to the viewers? You see that number on the top right corner, 1.0K. You will see Puseletso there sitting at number one. I think even on Brenda's gifters, he is number one. Please, let's all follow Puseletso and come and comment done. For the next 2 minutes, we are focusing on Puseletso, the number one gifter. Please follow him and come and comment done. In the next 5 minutes, guys, I need to see Puseletso with over 1,000 followers or even more. So let's follow Puseletso. Please, quickly, you just follow him, come and comment done. Then after that, we will go to the other top 5 who also deserve some love. So for now, in the next 2 minutes, we follow Puseletso, come and comment done. In the next 5 minutes, I want to see Puseletso having over 1,000 followers. Thank you, Puseletso, once again. Official Minister, the platform is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Danny, Brenda, and the human kind at large. Danny,
What's wrong, official? Are you okay?
I am okay. I just got distracted, but I'm okay now.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I can hear
yeah,
your voice is so down. I was wondering.
no, I am okay. This one,
Official Minister, let me interrupt you before you start. Somebody just said to me, Puseletso is number 2. Okay, guys, now let's follow the top 5. If Puseletso
Gianni.
is number, yeah, let's follow the top 5, starting with Gianni at number 1, Puseletso, Vuvu, and Nzetelox, and Tesh. Those are the people that you're going to focus on for the next 5 minutes. You follow all those top 5 and come and comment. And I'm going to check their following if there's any movement. So, official minister, you can proceed.
okay, thank you. I think sometimes when they are not good.
Yes.
These guys are bullies.
Yes.
And sorry, I'll tell you why. There was no Paul Mashatile in that car or
Yes.
in any of those cars. Paul was not there. They were driving alone. They were not protecting any official at that point in time. So deputy president was not on board.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to pick unfavorable position, Danny, which you asked. Why block the car? Let's say they block the car.
Yeah.
And, one of the reasons we are sent to training is to deal with such situations. That there is an intensive...
Sorry, official.
Yeah.
Official. They say they can't hear you. Sorry, my brother.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I need to come back. How is it now?
I think it's still the same.
Okay, I will need to come back because it might be the phone or the device that I'm using.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if...
Brother, he'll have to come back. When he comes back, then he will be offered to speak first.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, no, I'll just come back. Thanks.
Thanks, official. Muder.
Now they say they can hear.
But I don't know if you can hear me, Brother.
Yeah.
Brother.
Yes.
Muda?
Oh, I'm audible. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, guys.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm just going to be short. When we are trained, they mustn't take chances, these guys. When you start showing an official a middle finger, you are disrespecting that person, And when they see somebody that is arrogant like that, we see an enemy. Right? So as you pose as an enemy
Warren, please mute the microphone.
when you pose as an enemy to a trained person like that, then they will beat you up. So those kids were beaten up in a public eye to show us South Africans that we must also respect VIP protection. You will be shown by lights that move out of the way. So why are you now slowing down 60, driving 20, and showing people middle fingers? So that is disrespectful, and they will beat you up for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Muda. I don't think many people will like that.
But how sure are we, Muda, that they've shown them a middle finger?
Yes, I was going to ask that question.
We're not even sure that, yeah.
it will be shown of the middle finger. They still need to get more information on that, which is coming in. All the videos, people that were driving behind the polo guys, you know. The driver showed the middle finger to VIP protection.
Okay. All
So
right.
even
Now,
if they show the middle finger, does that mean they deserve to be treated that way?
Beating up is something else. Give them away. Give these people away. You know, if we can learn to respect the blue light, the red light, which is health personnel, we won't have these problems on our roads, honestly speaking. First line is for furious, and when you see them, just get out of the way. Because somebody mentioned where some others will be on their motorbikes, you know. But when you come in your motorbike, warning this person, give away arrogancy that is there, guys, on the road. Yeah, start with them,
Yeah.
show them middle finger, they will show you who they are. The mind is trained. Our minds are locked up. We see an enemy when we see something like this, honestly speaking.
thank you,
No,
Muda.
I think the training also with them should be, they should be taught to walk away from things like that. I mean, a middle finger doesn't give any right to anyone to brutalize someone like that. That's why we have road rage on the roads, because people don't understand that they need to just, ignore and go. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just driving and leaving a person just like that because of he showed you a middle finger.
True
That's
that, my
improper.
sister.
Yeah.
If you are not performing official duties, or if me and you, we're talking on the other level now, I will just give you without trying to get into the rage with you or whatever. I'll just move. But we must learn as South Africans. Those people are trained and they mean business when they are on the road.
All right.
Thank you, Muda.
Thank you, Muda.
I see a lot of people are not happy with what Muda is saying, but again, I'm going to be a devil's advocate, even on you, Brenda. Like I said earlier, guys, Presidential Protection Unit moves in a particular way. There's no way you cannot see that this is the president or deputy being transported. Number one. If it's a minister, yeah, with a minister, it can be 2 or 3 cars. But Presidential Protection Unit, there's bikers ahead of these motorcades or convoys that clears the way. And there's another lead car that follows those bikers to make sure that the road is clean, at least, I think, a kilometer or 2 behind the principal and other protectors. So by the time those two guys, those two vehicles come, the road should be clean. And you will see that this is a different convoy. It's not montage or somebody being trans. You will see this convoy. It's got a unique way. Now, we don't know what these polo guys did. Muda says they must have shown the middle finger. I'm saying they must have obstructed them. And those guys who attended to the polo guys are members of the special task force. You see them by the weapon. Those are the guys who respond when there's a threat. The principal who's been transported would have not been there because the rule of that convoy is that it doesn't stop. When there's a threat, it moves. And those guys that are at the back, those are the guys who attend to the threat. So again, it's most unfortunate that we don't know what happened exactly. But I wanted to clarify that this convoy, Brenda, you see it when it's coming, that it's not your typical convoy carrying Deni or anybody. You see it, they clear the road way ahead I think, a kilometer in advance for those other cars to come and pass without any impediment. And if you're gonna come with your polo and then get in the middle of that polo, they will remove you, unfortunately. Their first inclination is that there is a threat to the person that they are protecting. But again, we can argue that once they establish that those are not terrorists or what, they shouldn't have beaten those guys in that manner. It was wrong. But yeah, it's a complicated matter.
And then we are in trouble, brother. We are in trouble.
Yes.
If a middle finger is a threat, we are in trouble because
But I
others
doubt,
have big mouths.
yeah, but I
And
doubt if
yeah,
it's only a middle finger. I doubt if it's a middle finger they were reacting to. Those guys, chances, there are high chances, we're not sure, but there are high chances that they must have interrupted the flow of the conflict. But again, we're not sure. I doubt if it can be middle finger, honestly.
all
Ntatanyao,
right.
Good evening, people. How are you?
we're good. How are you?
I'm okay. Unfortunately, the video is not like full video.
Yes,
We judge where it started. In the middle, maybe, I don't know what can I say. But first thing, it's wrong to beat someone. That one is totally wrong.
yes,
It's not right, even if maybe he drove the car wrong way or whatsoever. Because I think, Mr. Denny, when they maybe they protecting the someone, it's more than 4 or 5 cars.
yes,
Ne?
yes,
And I think one car is supposed to take responsibility by maybe moving forward 10 meter
yes,
before the 4 or 5 coming cars, so to clear
yes,
the road.
yes.
Second thing,
Sorry, Nathaniel.
okay,
Nathaniel, sorry, ne? Wrong red
okay,
hand.
ma'am.
Please mute it. There's a noise coming from you and it's terrible. It's really disrupting us.
I,
Brother, please.
yeah, mute me,
Oh,
brother D,
thank you
because
so much.
I can't mute me. I don't know why, but mute me.
Okay.
Okay.
You see, guys, the difficulty with me muting you, that's why we always emphasize that as soon as I accept you, try to mute. Sometimes when it's me who's muting you, by the time it's your turn, when I try to unmute you, it gives me some error. So, but let's hope it won't give me that when we get to that point. So, Ntatanyao, you can proceed.
Can you clear? It's clear now.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. So,
Yes. Yeah.
okay. So I was coming to the second point. My first point, I was saying it was wrong to beat them because there's maybe different way to approach if the person doing a wrong to right. And the second one, something I saw which always trigger my mind, it's an ambulance. Guys, motorists they don't respect ambulance. You, ambulance can come behind you, then making all this siren, making lights. You won't see the car moving away from the road because that guys they give you time. I once being in the same position. What you do if most people they don't know motorists, you put your park light on because maybe you're driving 120 or 100 on the first day. This guy they coming maybe 4 or 5 cars. Yeah, you putting your park light on to show them you are with them, but according to the road, you need certain minutes to do what they want. Because sometimes you see on your left hand side it's a paving. You see, you can't jump on the paving. Then you're gonna cause a havoc, something else like accident. I don't know. But you give them the parking to show them that you are with them. Just give me the space to do what you want and limit your speed. They will do nothing like coming and beat you whatsoever because you did show them, guys, I hear you. Now what I'm doing is a park light. I drive slowly. You cooperate. It's how you're supposed to do. But most of time, people, I'm watching, especially with ambulance because they're normally on the road. People, they don't move away from ambulance. Believe me. When these guys approach these guys, I'm not sure, but I'm just thinking. When they approach them, this guy definitely on wrongdoing, they did 80%. The problem was only to beat them. You see, they were not supposed to beat them. Maybe one car supposed to deal with the guy. Next time, if you do this and what and what and what, then it's how to learn. Most of the motorists, they don't follow the rules of the road nowadays, especially the blue lights. The other people, they will give them the blue lights, especially the police. They will drive another 5 kilometers to stop the car. You see, and that is for your safety. Maybe they were looking for the stolen car whatsoever. But you act a different way because maybe you have certain power, you see, as a motorist, or you have certain knowledge as a motorist, or you have a certain knowledge of your right. That's why I say on this case, we need to see the all view of the this thing of the video, where it started. Then we can start taking out the red pen and you see, Mr. Denny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ntatanyo,
Hello,
now I
Mama.
hear you. Yeah, we hear you. And I would still say now I would agree with you on a point when you said emergency when it's and people don't respect. That's true. People don't respect emergency cars. But with these ones, they're not emergency vehicles. And sometimes, when these guys are coming with on a high speed, other people panic. They don't even know whether they should go on a left side, where they should go. They panic. Now, I really don't understand what would even, give these guys a right to treat these boys the way they did. Even if there's another video showing them that they've, shown them the middle finger, whether they've tried to, I don't know, whether they've panicked and tried to move and they couldn't and they had to get this beating. Now I would agree to say this is wrong. There's
Yeah,
nothing that will, that I will just give me any reason to understand that this is right. Whatever they've done doesn't justify what these guys have done.
yeah, to
It
beat them
really
was wrong.
doesn't.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
100% wrong. But I think when we
yeah,
see the full video, there was a lady at, I think she mentioned something like finger, what. You know, sometimes when someone acts with the body language, ne, especially in the vulgar way, can provoke someone. Most of this thing, road rage, is caused by something like that. You can just take out your finger and point like that. And my sister, when you come to this thing of what they call emergency, what, there's cars, they got the blue lights. When immediately when it's run, maybe they are 4, 5. It got that small lights that coming blue. It shows that we are VIP or we are police, something like that. That's why I say emergency light on your car is very important when you're driving. Just to show them I cooperate, but I can't just move the car out of the road and you can pass. Because maybe
yeah, no,
maybe I'm on a fast lane line, so I can't change to pave, you see. Then is another thing. Just put this thing, emergency lights on your car, then you go slowly, then they will pass you. Definitely they won't do something wrong. I maybe 2 times I did come across with that cars. I did the same because sometimes they come from nowhere with the high speed, as you say. Maybe driving 80 or they come with 120 something. Now you must just show them with the emergency lights that I cooperate with you guys just to do your thing. They will pass you without anything. That's why I say this one, because if you can check that video, ne, if you can check it truly, most of these guys, they come out of the car, not 1 or 2 guys, more than 5 to 6. That means all of them, they saw
yeah.
what they saw what these guys
Thank you,
did
Tatanyo. Yeah,
was 100% wrong. Thank
thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Nathaniel.
Okay, thank you.
I know, Bradeni will differ on this one. I know very well we're going to differ on this one because
No,
really my take is that even the president is not above the law, even the
yeah,
deputy minister, whoever. We are all taxpayers. We're paying for these roads. We must be treated like the citizens that we are. This
yeah.
assault, these people need to be jailed.
No, I don't disagree, Brenda. I agree. I'm just throwing scenarios, possibilities, based on my understanding of how these people move. I suspect, when Brenda, you've never came across this kind of convoy, ne? Because if you've seen this convoy before, it's like I said, it moves in a particular way. There's no way of anybody not noticing that either this is a president or somebody else. There are bikes. Ne? This is how they move these people. There are 4 to 5 or 6 or whatever number of bikers who are always ahead, getting cars out slowly, nice and slowly. Ne? Once they've cleared the way, they've opened at least 1 or 2 lanes, there would be another lead car making sure that the road is clean. After that lead car, then there would be the cars of the protectors, whoever that they are protecting, and other protectors at the back. And there would be other bikers at the end. So there's no way of one noticing that this is a convert. By the time these 2 BMWs come, the road must be clean. So I'm just throwing those scenarios when I for people to understand. And like Ntatanya was saying, they come flashing lights. There's no way of anybody not noticing that this is VIP protection and it's driving fast and furious. And even their sirens, they are slightly different than your normal SAPS sirens. They've got different sirens. So you hear them from a distance. So these are just scenarios, guys, that I'm throwing into the picture. Not that I agree with their behavior. Their behavior was appalling. They should have acted in terms of Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and they didn't. And they should be arrested, but that's not going to happen. That's another thing that I'm going to clarify. We should lower our expectations on this one. Those guys are not going to be arrested, not anytime
Yeah.
soon. So yeah, it is just me playing devil's advocate, Brenda. Not that I agree with their behavior. I mean, one day it could be me, one day it could be my family,
Yeah.
or a
Mm.
friend. No one
One day
deserves
it
to be
could be,
treated like that.
and one day it could be a pregnant woman when Abradeni
Yes,
being treated this way.
yes,
So yeah.
yeah. All right, guys. We are sitting on 80K likes. There's over 900 people on this live. We just need 600 people, excluding those who are commenting, to double tap nonstop. In less than 2 minutes, we could be sitting on 100K likes. So if 600 people can double tap nonstop for the next 2 minutes, we will be sitting on 100K likes. So let's keep on double tapping those screens. After the next speaker, we're going to give attention to our gifters. So let's keep on double tapping. Take the likes to 100K while Warren is speaking.
Good evening, guys, from a cold Western Cape.
Good evening,
Yeah.
Good
sir.
evening and welcome.
So I just want to clarify some issues that I've been listening now to the whole conversations that are going on. I just want to take you back onto to Brothers Danny's photo at the background. At the car, you guys can see there is a camera pole there that is stated for Sanral. That is by the toll gate there. So that
Yes.
footage has been released. Okay, so let me just start off by saying that I'm part of the pop crew of SAPS in Western Cape. Brother Danny, I'm just gonna difference with you on a few facts. A few of that members have been suspended today. That is clarified in the statement as well. The fact of the matter is, I've heard also you said that when they're passing a convoy, it needs to be going and what, etc., etc. You must remember the police have a strict law when it comes to VIP protection, as well as your normal SAPS.
Yes.
There is no limitation of the VIP protection needs to give an overhand to of the normal SAPS. Also, I've heard that you said that the sirens, the tone of the sirens. No, When a police vehicle, a marked police vehicle, like seen in the footage, it is registered as B in front and B the back. BW in the
Mm-hmm.
front or whatever and B the back. So that means clearly it's a state's vehicle. Whenever police vehicle put on his sirens, that means that police vehicle have the right of way on the right hand side of the road. That is what the law said, and that is also what the constitution of the police act says. Now,
Yes.
just to clarify also, to come in, the matter that is happening, and I'm gonna speak now under a lot of confidence and confidentiality, that camera have shown what the blue car did, and the blue car was not wrong at any mean.
Okay.
They have the VIP protection unit did not transport any minister or deputy president or whatsoever. They have rushed to a certain point where they need to get access to. And at that moment, the car in front did not give the necessary right of way for the vehicles to go down. And there was an altercation. You can clearly see it in a few other videos. There's a altercation between the driver and one of the cars, and they've boxed the car in. That's my first thing. The second thing is one of the officers, if you can see in that video, one of the officers have taken out his gun's magazine out of his gun.
Yeah.
He put it back when he goes back to his vehicle. Now, it is believed in his understatement that that person have hit the guy that laying on the ground with his firearm. That is unlawful. Period. Point. The kicking and everything that is going on to VIP protection is the same as for the normal police. Police cannot do that in any states. Whether you VIP protection, whether you special task force unit, because that you know where and what unit you're belonging to. That is the thing. There is several cases, several advocates, several law institutes that is now backuping those guys in the the polo. So there's a lot of cases going to go on. There's also be a statement released by the deputy president today that said that he is also shocked about his members who was doing that to those people. So by right, our people need to understand in South Africa. And I've heard that Moeder have said is about the middle finger and whatsoever. That is not a crime. That is not a crime to show the people your middle finger. If everyone in South Africa is now showing middle fingers, so it gives the police the right to kick them. No, that's wrong. The same with swearing. There is no law that say you can't swear out of your car. There is no law that states it. So clearly you can't just come and abuse me because I'm using my middle finger. I'm sorry, that is wrong. So to also clarify what the other members have said, you need to give a right of way. You need to drive in a certain way. The Police Act says, and it makes it clearly, it stipulates it clearly in the Police Act. It says, when approached by a emergency vehicle, you need to let an emergency vehicle pass. But in this case, the camera footage on that road shows that there was no emergency lights on. So that is the big question. Why was, if they did have an emergency to come to a certain point in a certain time, why was the emergency light not on? Why did they put the emergency light on, box the guy in, and put the emergency light on to stop traffic, to get out of the cars and hit the person? So clearly, guys, South Africa people needs to understand the law when it comes to police, and that is going. That's why there's a lot of lawsuits going on with the police, and I believe our minister Bekitele is aware of it. There was now a month ago a letter sent to him by AfriForum that stated the claims that to that department, to the police department, is costing the government billions of millions of rands because of how the police is treating our citizens of South Africa. And it's
Yes.
clearly again, this is not going to be a 10 rand or a 10,000 lawsuit. This is going to be a million rand lawsuit. We're talking about millions of rands of lawsuit because that guy is still laying in hospital unconscious as we speak now. So that is the point that I want to bring, that our people of South Africa need to go and force the law down onto the police officers, because as much as they have the right, we also have the right to live in a free South Africa where we being protected by them, not abused by them. So yeah. So that the other thing that I also want to mention is the fact also by police. Guys must remember, when a police officer is out of uniform, I'm talking now in police in general. I'm not talking about this incident, but I'm just giving a clear indication to everybody what is needs to be happening when getting approached by it. For instance, if you're going to a mall, whatever mall you're going into in your city or wherever, and you've been approached by a police officer that is on duty with a marked vehicle, that police officer, on request of you, if you request the police officer to give you the identification certificate, he needs to produce it. A police officer can't go get out of his vehicle and walk into a public area without proper dressing code. He needs to have his cap on. He needs to have his uniform on. He needs to be visible. He needs to have his card. That is what the Act says. And also, when being stopped by the police, that is the other matter. Police have the right to stop a vehicle and search a vehicle if suspicious or whatever. But there is terms and conditions to where the police can go, because there need to be a warrant. At that point, there need to be a warrant on spot. K58 provides that the police can come in and search your vehicle on a stop and go search spaces. But that is when they got information, and it states clear under the law, when they got information that certain individuals were involved in a crime, and that is why they're stopping him. So there's a lot of things that South Africa needs to know when it comes by policing. So you can't just go and do whatever you want to do. For those guys, like I said, I know for a fact that some of the guys is been suspended as we speak. The other guys are also investigated because they have treated that scene as a high profile crime scene where they got out with the R5s. The guns was scored, everything was done, and there was no threat. The Police Act also says using deadly force is when the police officer's lives is become in danger, and at this point there was no danger that is occur here in this minute. That's a freeway. Everybody got the right to drive. If you drive on the left lane, that is what the Road Act says. You can drive 80 to 100 kilometers per hour. The right hand side, 120 kilometers per hour. That is what the law says. When approached by blue lights, you need to give away in which side of the road you are. You need to give away so that they can pass. So clearly that police officers was in the wrong. So I just want to bring that to your attention, Speaker, and all other people.
No, thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Warren, for that information.
Warren.
And people are of the opinion that we should close the live. You've summarized it. So there's nothing more to discuss. So thanks for that. Thanks for the information that we are not aware of, that there are other camera footages that are being released. Hopefully they will make it to the public either today or tomorrow so that we can also have a look at them. But
Yes,
as
Speaker.
good as, yeah.
Speaker, that I think that it will take a time for the public to view that footage, because it is now released to the public protector in all other relevant departments. So they are viewing now that footage, and once it's been brought before court, I think then they will all let the public know what occurred really onto that incident.
No, thank you. Thanks a lot,
Yeah.
Warren.
Thank you so much.
Ordinarily, yeah, guys, like you saying, we were going to close it, but that's not how we operate here. There's still going to be a lot of people who are going to disagree with Warren. And if Warren wants to come back and clarify something, you will be most welcome, Warren. There's still people who are going to disagree with you. But if you want to clarify something again, please feel free to request again. We will accept you. Official Minister, let's hear if we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Warren, he took most of the things from me, but he didn't touch on other things. So I'm not going to repeat what he said. I'll just move in some of
Yeah,
the things that he didn't touch. You see,
yeah,
in that video, when you listen, one of the person recording says, these people, these people, they will deal with you proper. And that is what I'm saying, that that's wrong. We have accepted that these guys have got license to assault, which is totally wrong. Even if these guys stop the car, we spend a lot of money to train these guys to defuse the situation. You don't diffuse the situation like that. That is an assault. There's a difference between assaulting an individual and diffusing the situation. So they were supposed to diffuse the situation if their cars was blocked. So that's one thing that I wanted to bring on. And this is not an isolated incident, Danny, if you look at it. Just before World Cup, 6 people were shot on entry by the same VIP protection. JZ motorcade killed a person in KwaZulu Natal. Mahlobo motorcade, when he was still the state security minister, he killed one of our youth. Recently, the same VIP protection guys, they damaged the car. And when they went into the court, this is what they said in court, that they were not respected. That's why they damaged that car. I mean, you know, for VIP protection, one person with a VIP protection per year is about
yeah,
7.9 million cost to the state. And when you look, all of them, you combine them, it's about 1.95 billion. That's close to 2 billion. It's a lot of money that is invested in these guys. They are well trained to diffuse the situation. So I don't know what there is a clear assault. And I just want to bring another dimension, which may be a bit controversial. Remember in Braamfontein, what happened there? There was a South African police service. It's a law enforcement agency. With JMPD, it's a law enforcement agency. All of them, they believed they were in conflict. And yesterday's incident is not isolated to the same category, because those young boys, they are the trainees within the military. That's also a law enforcement agency. And they were in conflict with the South African police service. So, as I'm saying, when you look at it, it doesn't look like an isolated incident to me, because it creates a certain pattern. And that is a dangerous thing that it is creating. So what I'm saying is, Warren is correct. When there is danger, you are trained to diffuse the situation. You are not trained to assault. So those guys, what they did is an assault. And I'm just very disappointed in how it was handled. Like they didn't get that much confidence from the statement from Paul Mashatile. I think it was just a PR exercise. There was no content for me in that statement. But all in all, I expect these guys to be charged. IPD is going to investigate, recommend disciplinary actions. They are also going to investigate, submit their investigation report to NPA, and NPA will decide whether they prosecute or not. But for me, these guys, they should be charged because there is a lot of money that is spent on them. They are not supposed to behave like hooligans. So
Yeah,
that's my
no,
submission.
thank you. Thank you, Official Minister. You brought another
Yeah.
important dimension, the issue of training. Because my dimension was that these guys are highly trained to deal with any threat. But you're saying they are also highly trained to diffuse the situation. So yeah, I think that they are in trouble. But whether they will realize that trouble anytime soon, I'm not sure about that. Only time will tell. Thank you, Official Minister.
Danny, how's it?
Brother,
Danny.
Yes, Brenda.
brother, can you
Yes,
please
Brenda.
check while we're still listening to others? Libetwa, I don't know what is Libetwa Wakalel. Can you check what number he requested? Oh,
Libetwa
can you check
Karel.
Libeta? Yeah, can you check how
Okay,
far is he on? On the
I'll
request
check
list.
him now.
I want to hear something. Yeah, I want to hear something from him.
Danny, how's it?
Sir Phoenix, you jump in the queue.
Yes, I need to run. I jump and run.
Okay,
Um,
no problem.
this whole situation, I think
Yes,
most people on that video, they got the end of the stick. They did not get the full stick. Those guys requested for a way 30
yes,
kilometers before that point.
yes,
According to their book, if you are refusing, and that is a presidential motorcade that they are blocking the way for, they can even shoot and kill you. The inside information is that they requested and they talked among themselves that let's shoot this car. But some they know those are youngsters. Let's find a way of dealing with them. That is exactly what happened. And again, if you can check, ne, um, what they did, I'm not supporting what they did. What they did is wrong. If you are caught on the road by a law enforcement agent, and they do what they did to these guys, at the end of the day, ne, they're not supposed to leave them there as they are. Someone must stay up until an ambulance came in, up until there's a statement that is taken, and take them to the hospital and arrest them there on their bed and have security personnel um, um, looking after those guys. So what happened there? I'm not sure which footage is gonna come from where, or if it's the N1 footage. So at the end of the day, those guys refused to open for that presidential motorcade up until 4 other cars were left, and those 2 were left dealing with them for 30 kilometers. Yes. I can see the comments that are there, but just wait for the story to unfold. You know what I say, somehow it clicks somewhere.
yes.
Yes.
You see, now it's getting complicated. That's why I usually prefer to have these lives after. we have facts. Rushing to have this discussion sometimes can be a bit complicated.
Yes.
But when people ask me to do a live, I can't say no. But now
Yeah.
you see that there's a lot of conflicting information, and either of those two informations can be true. Like I've said, I find it difficult. Warren said they did not put on their blue lights. I find it difficult to believe that the Presidential Protection Unit were just taking people out of the road without
The,
flashing
the
blue lights.
Presidential Protection Unit all the time when they are on the road,
Yes,
they have their blue lights on, and they
with the
abide, as
government.
you said back then.
Yes.
Uh, yes. So at the end of the day, it happens to me, it happens to any other person. But even if when you are doing your learners, they say if an emergency vehicle, blue light, green light, white light is coming,
Mm.
give them way where
Yes.
possible. Find the
Yes.
closest lane and then give them closest safe lane to give them the way.
Mm.
You see, so like you said, rushing to have a discussion without knowing what transpired, then there is some missing information there.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
that
no.
clarity, Phoenix. I know some people are going to disagree with you, but somehow
Mm.
I believe you. As much as I believe all the parties involved in this discussion, I believe you as well that there is that possibility. There is the possibility that we might get that information. Obviously, between the two parties, there might be another party that try to create lies to cover themselves. But I guess with the help of the footage that Warren says it's out there, it's just a matter of time before that footage is leaked to the public. So we will see it, and I think we'll come back and do our own analysis of what could have happened here. But
And
yeah,
remember,
thank you, Sir Felix.
these guys, ne, even if they are suspended and they get arrested and all those kind of things, the state somehow give them lawyers, attorneys,
Yes.
to can say we are being represented. However, the state itself goes and assess the matter as to who was wrong and advise. They
Mm.
just don't say, okay, it's fine, you guys did wrong, we're arresting you, and then
Yeah.
prosecute.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. And like I was saying to or earlier before Warren, that I doubt if these guys will be prosecuted anytime soon. Is precisely what Sir Phoenix is saying. SAPS will defend these guys. Somebody was saying earlier, one of the police union members, I don't know if it was a speaker from police union or IPIT, was saying SAPS is known for trying to defend their members by hook or crook. They will appoint 3 senior counsels to defend a wrongdoing by police. So I think that's what's going to happen with these guys. And like I said earlier, these are not ordinary constables. These are members of the special task force. You
Yes.
don't have a lot of these guys on the road. There was I read the report during the day that 10,000 applied for this post, but only 484 uh, managed to pass
Nice
that
to pass.
training.
Yes, yes.
Makes 5%
Mm.
of anybody who applied. So you don't have a lot of them, so you can't just fire them or send them to jail. 8 of them no harm. So it's not going to be that easy, guys. Let's manage our expectations on this one.
The other thing that
They
we
might be
must be
suspended, but being charged and going to prison, I don't see that happening.
the other
No,
thing that
brother. And then
we
as
must be
citizens, we must fight for these boys. As
yes,
citizens, we must make noise
we
because
must make noise. But remember,
long
Brenda,
time back we couldn't see these things happening. Now we've got social medias that people are taking videos. Now we can see what's happening around us. We must make noise. These people
yeah,
must go
Mm.
to jail.
we must make noise, but let's wait and see what happened before.
Yes.
Yes.
the other team that you must not play next to it, or close your eyes when you're next the Josie eviction team. Thank you, Bradeni.
Thank you, Sir Phoenix.
Brother,
Yes, Brenda.
brother. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with this wording. All the time when people are saying, you know, these guys can beat you. You know, these guys can. You know what? We are allowing these people to treat people like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we must refrain from, you know, I don't know whether we are bragging about them or what it's called, but truly
Yeah.
speaking, this is wrong, guys. It can happen to my son because when I saw the video, I thought of my kids,
Mm.
innocent kids who wouldn't even know what to do in a situation like that. It's wrong,
Yeah.
Radin.
Yeah, it is. Josie eviction. Please mute the microphone.
How are you?
Please mute the
Yes, can you hear
microphone.
me? Okay, okay, okay. Can I be heard? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Wrong 10, you can unmute your microphone. Wrong 10. I think wrong 10 is tired. Wrong 10, can you please unmute? Going once, twice.
Don't give him a chance, brother. In Ghana, we've put more people in front of him before.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
true.
let's go. Yeah, let's go to main wash or main what?
Main switch,
Main
Brenda.
main switch. I didn't even see the
Thank
other
you.
word. Sorry.
Thank you. Yo, thank you
Sure,
so
main switch.
much. Guys, I don't want people to get me wrong. Ne?
Yes.
I really hate violence. It's not a good thing. But I've came to realize that since my stay in this lifetime, I've realized that we have two types of people. We have the more relaxed ones who don't take things that serious, and we have those ones who take. We have I'm gonna give you an example. Petrol is
Yeah.
very dangerous, but it can take you places. You
Yes.
put it in your car, it burns, and then the car moves like nobody's business. And then we have those ones you can report a case now, and then they see it as minor. Each and everything you say to them, they just see it as nothing. So though it happened in this instance, I'm happy it happened. Emergency is emergency. Bona, they must be arrested because what they are showing to us and to the people, there's no better way of explaining it. Violence is violence. It's
Mm.
but I'm at the same time I'm happy the violence happened so that we can and remember what emergency is. And imagine, remember, this happens a lot. This happens a lot. We have ambulances, and at the end of the day, the police take the blame. If they arrive late, I'm not only talking about the VIP protection. I'm talking a blue light in general, emergency vehicles. I'm talking from all the emergency vehicles. And whatever we're gonna say or comment, whatever we're gonna say, we will be, we will. It's a way. It's either we're gonna crush the good ones like petrol, as they are too serious, and then the other slow ones that we always complain about, they just leave it. They can even leave and a hijacking. They see that you are being hijacked, then they decide to avoid because they weigh such type of things. They hear about they hear people complaining about such things, then they don't want to get their hands dirty. So it's more like petrol. It's either at the end of the day whether we want petrol or water in our cars. Thank you so much, Paradeni. I don't want to take
Thank you.
much time. That's what I had.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Messi.
Man Switch is talking about petrol, brother. What did he say about petrol?
Messi.
Oh,
Man Switch.
I'm still here, sister. These
What
guys
are you
are
talking
petrol.
about?
They bet. They are fast. They take. They enforce fully to a point whereby any thing it's big in their eyes. And then on the other hand, we have those police officials who are calm and collect. We prefer, but always complain about. Ne? They're too relaxed and they leave things as they happen. You can get hijacked in front of them. You can be raped in front of them. Anything can happen before them. So we are stuck. We have to choose. Put that at the back of your mind. Which ones do you want? This or that? Thank you.
We
That's
want
what
this,
I wanted to say.
Hello, brother D.
or we are choosing this. Yes, this or that. We choose this. All right. Thank you, Man Switch.
No, I'm not
Thank you,
saying.
Messi.
Bye bye, Man Switch.
Thank you.
Brother D, how are you?
Uh,
Brother
Yeah,
D,
don't
how are
take
Rantan
you,
back.
Rantan.
Brenda?
Good and you, Rantan.
I'm very, very good, man. I'm very, very good. You see, for me, Warren is in Cape Town. He's working in
Yes.
Cape Town. For me, is a concern that he have the footage and he knows the videos and all that. I don't know where he get it, but okay, I'm not gonna go into that. But the other thing is for me is that um what they do was wrong to beat the guys. But you see, the problem is in South Africa is that we don't learn a lesson with the
Mm,
police. We don't want to respect the police. And that
mm,
is the problem what we face today. You see, for me is there's a lot of guys. Why will a lot of guys, protection guys, get out the vehicle and beat the guys? So for me, what the video I see is that they must really do something because I'm staying in Cape Town and I was driving one day where the ministers and the president are staying and the vehicles was coming like, and we must just get away out of the way, you see. So for me is that this, if you go to other country, you will see you don't mess with that people because that people is the VIPs. And you see the reason why people is talking like that is that because of they don't respect our ministers, they don't respect our presidents, they don't respect
mm,
our deputy president, and that is the problem what we face today is that people can just say whatever they want to say. Yes, is the right to say whatever they want to say, but the problem is that we must respect that people because you can see. I don't think that people was just stop that car and beat that people up there. There must be something, what a reason, what was caused that. So for me is the other thing is what I'm saying. What I want to say for the last thing is, Warren is in Cape Town. That happened in Joburg. What connection have that? You see. So yeah, thank you, brother D.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rantan.
Thank you.
Guys, our likes are moving very, very slow, and there's a lot of people on this live. At 17 minutes to 9, we're still sitting on 132k likes. By now, we should be sitting on 200k, going to 300k. So let's double tap those screens, guys. We've got 977 people. In a matter of 5 minutes, we could be sitting on 200k likes. So let's please double tap those screens. And as we do that, let's not forget to follow all those top gifters: Gianni, Puseletso, Zinhle, Malindi, Vuvu, Tandos, Tesh, Nkuriso, Mkenso, Apple Ties, B, Nwa,
Lavi?
Musa, Aaron, GV, Game On, War. The list is long, guys. Please follow all those top gifters. I think the same people are on Brenda's list as well. Puseletso Gianni, yeah, everybody is also on Brenda's list. So please, let's double tap the screens and follow all those top gifters. Christopher.
Yo, hayi ke braden, namhlanje hayi andiyazi braden. Yo, braden.
Hayi, Tony
Yo,
Tony is back. Tony.
mamela mabri man, kudala silapha man. Ubraden is giving other people andiyazi namhlanje man. Yo, siyatandaza
Sorry, man.
My
man.
apologies. My apologies, Chris.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to be short now. What I've noticed, many people from the inputs, I get the idea that the VIPs have more rights than normal citizens. I've picked up that one the whole time, you know. And that is not so. The fact remains is all of us, and we must be reminded of this, that all of us are equal before the law. We must remind us, because if we do not take heed to what the Constitution say, we will have a culture that we create to say, if a policeman smack me tomorrow, I cannot go to police station because they are higher than us. That is not the way. We must remember we all are equal before the law. Another thing that I've heard the whole time is that the training that these people have is on a much higher level. And for me, the higher your training is, the better we expect you to act. There's no other way, right? The road that they are using, they are sharing the road with ordinary citizens, right? Never forget it. Ordinary citizens are also using the road. Your teacher is there on the road. Your mama going to Sasa is there on the road. All of those people are there, right? So that training must make them to be mindful. There's old people on the road, young people on the road, disabled people, male, female, and even a bakkie full of school kids. So they need to know that thing, right? So this is like bottom line. For them to assault those guys there, that was against the law. Bottom line, we cannot go any way around that one. And the fact is, what happened after they found out, hey, look here, man, man, our engagement was not necessary to approach on this level. We have made a mistake to approach on this level, right? That they manage at least to phone the ambulance to make sure after they've injured these guys that we do another step further to show a remorse for our actions, because it comes to a mitigation and to litigation factor to say, hey, after we found, hey, CN's wrong, opa, we have called the ambulance. But the way they approach was on another level, and even to leave them for that matter. So we heard the whole time about blue lights. Okay, I think it's a fact that the president was not in this convoy. I think that one is a fact. And if the president was not in the convoy, there is a different way for them to escort or go or drive to wherever they are driving. From what Warren was saying, I believe he said they were going to a certain place somewhere, right? Why would you want to put a blue lamp on when you go to somewhere, a blue lamp flashing? Because for me, a blue light flashing tells me of an emergency. And what is that? Sorry?
Christopher, can I just cut you on a small point?
Okay.
You say the president was not in there, the deputy president was not in there. These guys are taught to drive exactly the same way, irrespective if there's a president or a VIP in the car or not. Unfortunately, that is how they are trained. You as a general public should not know if there's a president or not a president in that convoy.
Okay, but then can you protect me?
You're coming, you're still coming, Sean.
Yeah. Sean, we'll get to you. Let's allow Christopher to finish, but thanks for that
Okay,
clarity.
sorry. My humble apologies, Christopher. Sorry for interfering.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. You see, that is it. You see, now Sean is highlighting another point there to say they must drive like that irrespective. And it cannot be right. It cannot be right. Let me tell you something. When the blue light is flashing, it tells me of an emergency. And the definition of an emergency is a life-threatening situation.
right? Whose lives are being threatened if you drive like that just to go to a certain place, to go and secure a place? You are putting everyone's life at risk as you go to that place, which is not right, which is wrong for that matter, right? If it was a middle finger issue, this is just my take, I'm speculating. This is just my take from what Muder was saying earlier on. It would have been a normal road rage issue. However, because this vehicle is not fully marked like a police vehicle, right? Now you would just say, hey, this guy is driving nonsense. Now you point the finger. You don't know. Maybe those guys, they look young. Their knowledge cannot be on the level that we know, that this is a VIP. It could be someone who got his license solo yesterday, a new driver. How will he be so up to date about what kind of vehicles he's driving here? We cannot take that all of us have the very same knowledge of what is happening on the road. You see? So when that is happening, when the blue light is flashing, it tells me, you know, that there is an emergency situation. Another thing, Brady, let's ask yourself, if there was no video footage in this matter, what was going to happen? What was going to happen? Because there are many guys against those innocent boys. Because we have a thing we have been taught here, we write our statements as long as our statements collaborate. You know, our thing is standing. You see, now videos and cameras is here today to teach you, hey, pass up, people can highlight you. Like, I want to share something that I've witnessed happen sometime, Brati, before I'm finishing. Né?
Yes.
In the Eastern Cape, I think a few years back, there was, there by Bisho side, you know, by Bisho. So it must, the legislature is there. So those VIP would must now escort those people, right? And there were, I've heard the story. Nah, I was not there. I just heard the story. These traffic officers were doing speed on that end towards Bishop. Wherever. And while they have the camera there, they saw these cars from a distance driving the other vehicles out of the road, brother. Out of the road. They cannot be inconsiderate by endangering other people's life. That is wrong. We cannot go two ways about. Brother, tell me now, if a person is driving slow, mama, I know those people, they don't even look to the ref. Yeah, you're going to drive them off the road because you are VIP? Are you going to do that? Are you going to kill people on the way to where you are going? There is people that is sick, they have high blood, and they can panic for anything very quick. Are we saying those people have a license to drive like that and to cause havoc on the way to the destination? I disagree with that one. It can never be right. We expect them to be of the highest and to learn from them because they are escorting number one and number two. Let me come to this one. So what happened then? These traffic officers, they were doing a speed check. They could see there's two vehicles coming, and they're driving all the cars out of the way. They drive the cars out of the way, right? No blue light on, nothing, no blue light, brother. Then when they put on the camera for the speed, they caught those vehicles coming at 180, brother. When the traffic officer jumped into the road to stop this vehicle driving 180, the policeman with the MLBM put on the blue light, right? And it did not reduce the speed. As the traffic officer jumped in the road to go and stop this car, the same way he had to dive out of the road to save his life because those guys thought they cannot stop for no one, right? But you know what? Those traffic cops, they were not papruk. They were not papruk. They chased those vehicles, brother. They chased them, brother. They chased them, and they got them by the gate of legislature as they go in. They took that driver there, brother. They took him. They almost arrested him. The people came in between the big bosses. They leave this thing, and then the argument come up. You were having on your Nansika, your blue lights flashing, only when the traffic officer stop you. So that is an indication of misuse of the blue light, right? And after you see he's stopping you, you still continue driving. Are you telling me it's an emergency to take an MEC into the office? Is that an emergency? To risk everyone's life on the road, is that an emergency? It cannot be.
They have their inward discussion and then they leave that person, right? I'm Lenny Praten. We must never let our minds be brainwashed to think we have less rights than the people that is supposed to protect us. Thank you, Praten.
Yeah. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Christopher.
Thank you so much.
Josie, let me see.
Christopher,
Josie Eviction.
Braden,
Please
can I
unmute
answer Christopher
the
quickly?
microphone. Is that Sean?
Yes.
You're gonna answer and then you can make your point so that
Okay.
we can go back
I'll
to
be
this
I'll be
next.
short. I'll be very short.
Okay.
Christopher mentioned a lot of things here on the Bishu Road to the legislature. I can tell you now, I was a close protector myself. If I had to pass him at 180, he would have never caught me if those traffic cops jumped into their cars, because I would have been long gone. But leave that point. Guys, you know what? These guys are trained. We are trained. Make no mistake. This thing that happened with these guys on the road is unacceptable. We cannot, not one of us, from the president right down to the last person, we can't justify this beating. There should be no ifs and buts for that beating. It is utterly wrong. But can we come back to protection services and why I said the guys are trained to react and drive the same way as if you have somebody in that car. Because you don't know where the threat is coming from. You don't know. You must remember, guys, if our president have to get killed because of our action, you, the same public, is going to be all over the same bodyguards. And to say, where do you come on these useless things that can't even protect the president? It is not your normal citizen. As much as everybody here is saying there's no difference between whoever and we are all the same, we are not all the same. The day the president of this country get killed because of incompetence of the protectors, you, the general public, will have us killed. I was lucky. I used to look after former President Mandela. Nothing happened to him except one accident that everybody knew about. On that day, he could have died if that X5 didn't come in next to his car because somebody was flying. We sacrificed a car. Sitole was the driver. We sacrificed that X5 so that he didn't hit Madiba's car. Everybody knew about it. So please, guys, there's two ways. Like I said, this nonsense that happened with this beating is unacceptable. It should not be tolerated, and it should be condemned by anybody. Every single one in this country should condemn it. But please, guys, don't come to a level now where you anti-protection services. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sean. And
Thank
I
you.
agree with you. As I've been devil's advocate, I agree with you 100%. This behavior cannot be condoned, but you've said it nice. Let's not be anti-protection. These people have got a job to do, and they are trained to do the job. And you're saying something very important, Sean, that in the event that something happens to the president or deputy president, we're going to blame the protectors. We, the public, will be asking the same question. Where did these people get training? Who are they? It can be well that somebody's microphone is disturbing us. It can be well that these protectors can be number one suspects in the if somebody's disturbing us.
Josie, please mute Josie. Oh, you have.
Thank you. So yeah, as I was saying, I agree with you, Sean. But again, like you're saying, we cannot condone what those guys did because one day it can be me, one day it can be you, Brenda, it can be your kids, it can be my family, it can be my friend. Nobody deserves to be treated like that. But most importantly, guys, we cannot. Let's not allow ourselves to be misled by politicians into disrespecting the rule of law, into disrespecting police, into this. Somebody said even ambulance, people refuse to make way for ambulances. That kind of a behavior should not be condoned. But again, we're saying all these things with caution because we don't know what happened. Hopefully, the footage that Warren was talking about will come out soon. We will be able to assess what actually happened. But personally, I doubt if these guys would come out, bracket that car, stop it, without nothing serious having happened. And
We have to bet.
like I
We have
said,
to bet, Braden. This
yes,
time I'm betting with you. Yeah.
yes. So
Mr. Sean.
it's a complex matter.
Yeah. Mr. Sean, he's still here.
Yeah.
You remember Mr. Sean, Braden, but I think it's a subject for another day. Mr. Sean, we are still waiting for your book, ne?
Guys, and I
Remember
can
that.
say it on this platform here, I will never write a book. I won't. I have said this before and I'll say it again.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, let me unmute Josie Eviction because I muted him.
Braden, you can take me out of here. It's fine. I will follow in the comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Can you hear?
Josie Eviction.
Yes, Chief.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I can be heard.
Yeah, we can hear you.
A bodyguard by profession, and one thing, in SA, we are living in a country where crime is too high. South Africa is the country where crime.
Josie Eviction, you're
And
breaking up.
if and you can hear me now. Well,
Yeah,
can you problem? But can you hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you.
I'm sure you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, as I was saying that, we are living in a country where crime is too high. Give an example. About 5 years back, all happened. It once happened. What happened is that there were a VIP protection team that they were escorting one man with diamonds. So along the highway, they appeared that was driving slow, and they were blocking this guy. And these guys decided to cooperate along with the vehicle, saying that no any means necessary to overtake the car. But what they didn't realize that behind them there were already other vehicles coming with criminals. Then what happened is that they ended up opening up an ammunition of AK-47s. They shot their cars, and all of them they were dead, including the guy with the diamonds, and the diamonds disappeared. So, like most people who are not in this industry of ours, they take things emotionally. Where we are dealing with life and death. So, if let me putting you as your client, and there's a vehicle blocking me up, if I don't take any action with that vehicle, tomorrow I'm sure you will not even hire me because I'm not acting up according to my standard as a professional. What these guys did for me, done the same thing. I would have kicked the hell out of these guys to ensure whatever they're doing, they shouldn't do it again. Because maybe these guys were cooperating along with these youngsters. And these youngsters, they disrespected these guys because there were incidents where they were even throwing a middle finger. In my industry, let me say if you can show me a middle finger, I've heard the Warren what he was talking about, but to me, show me a middle finger, I need to deal with you immediately. I need to ensure you that you learn a lesson that next time you don't disrespect me. Because this is about the image. If these people, they don't carry the image that people, they must tend to respect and fear us along the road, then it means there will be no need of VIP protection anymore. That means anyone else can just jump on stage and step Ramaphosa, step any minister. Because why? The VIP protection, they've lost their image. But the reason why these criminals are so scared that they can just jump on the stage when Ramaphosa is because the image behind him. You know, the image behind any client that hires us is part of their protection. You know, because if you hire me, you need to ensure that along the way there is an image. We feel our presence. But if criminals they cannot feel our presence, people they can, then that means I'm useless. You know, you are not supposed to. So whatever this guy did, I've heard even the warrant saying that these guys are they're gonna take its course. Because whatever this guy did, they did accordingly their trend. You know, I hear people talking about training. What people they don't under heavy training, like I'm trained. And we are trained to understand the situation of criminals. This is a country where criminality is too much. And should we tolerate such kind of thing as bodyguards, then that means our clients, it is as good as like that they're going on their own. There will be no need of hiring us. If you hire me, I need to ensure you that I protect you by any means necessary. So all I can say is that this, what has happened for me, it was a good thing. It's what I do all the time, all the time. When we're watching a client along the road, we get people who try to take chances like, so there's so many times where I've protected a client point because of things like this, to slow us down, while there's some other vehicles behind us. So in this kind of a situation, if I'm a bodyguard, I can even come out and start shooting at this car to end. No one is slowing us down, and I need to look even behind me, slowing us. If there's another vehicle behind us that was coming behind us, we need that vehicle to ensure the safety of our client. Because clients that we escort clients from different levels. Sometimes you are not just escorting anything. I remember most of the time, like the people like the Arabs who comes to SA, they're coming to do businesses in SA. They know that it's a land of criminality. So when they're here, we protect them. Arabs, they've got enemies. There's some enemies that they follow them, and we need to ensure that we protect them by any means necessary. If I would have to kick, like who need to be taught a lesson tomorrow so that they grow in their brains, I will definitely I'll kick them so that they grow. Because should we not do so, then that means VIP protection is doomed. There is no more VIP protection. Why don't you just go and hire the cops? That's what they must be escorting you. Hire guys like us, guys, who take all the risks. People that don't understand, we are always in the midst of bullets. People that shoot at us. And we need to ensure that as much as us, we protect our clients. And if we are acting back now, the whole country, they want to cry out and saying that these people, they're above the law. We are not acting according above the law. We are protecting. Our main job is to protect, and we protect by any means necessary. If I have to discipline someone, I'll discipline someone. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, George.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I come in?
Wait, Denny.
Can I come
Next
in?
on the wait.
No, Lucky is next.
Yes,
Who's coming in?
It's Lucky who's coming in, guys. Please, let's just wait for Lucky. Denny, I think people who are hired as VIP security are angry people. Can't be.
They've got anger. They've got
Yeah,
anger issues.
no.
And I will tell you one thing, Brenda. Bare Bora. And even Josie, I so wish one day, like you saying you kick and you scope and donor. I so wish your family can bump to those VIP protection who've but to make us scope and donor, so that I see your reaction after bashapile your family. Because this thing of beating, assaulting other people, it's wrong by SAPS members. It's totally wrong. And I see people are condoning that thing. That thing is wrong.
these VIP protection guys, they are driving in, but driver got speed. And now, if you are not aware, you're driving on a fast lane. Let's say you're driving 120, and then there comes that X5 driving 260. Sometimes they don't even have a light. And then when they come behind you, they will make bumper to bumper. Hey, move, 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 move. And then you start panicking. I think this Polo driver, he showed them a middle finger because of there was no blue light. And then after that, he saw, okay, they are VIP protection. That's when they stopped the beating. They didn't put their blue light, because if I believe there was a blue light, these Polo guys, I don't think Kebe Baba Bones said the middle finger. There was no blue light.
Lucky.
Yes, sir.
Presidential Protection Unit does not drive without blue light.
They do. Bradeni. I'm a biker.
No,
let me explain this. Let me explain this.
Okay.
I am a biker. Every weekend I'm out. I'm everywhere. This whole South Africa I travel. I see them. One day I was driving with the X5, a 5-liter diesel, Northern Cape. You can see it's also a VIP protection car. That car was driving 260 without a blue lamp. If that guy was driving that car, it's here. He will tell you. We were from Nelspruit. I was riding a motorbike behind him. He was driving 260 without a blue light. That guy.
Wait.
Yes.
You guys are confusing VIP protection with Presidential Protection Unit. They are different, guys.
Okay.
There's VIP protection. It would be one X5 or one BMW 3 Series or 5 Series. But Presidential Protection Unit, those who are driving the president, the deputy president, former presidents, those are convoys. They are led by bikers. There's a lead car after the bikers. There's a principal's car, there's protector's cars. Those guys always put their blue light. That's why somebody was saying, according to their training, they are taught to drive the same way, whether they are with the principal or not. So let's not confuse ordinary VIP protectors with Presidential Protection Unit. Those ones, their blue lights are always on.
Yes, Bradini, I understand you, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying now, we don't know that information. At least now you explained. When we see a blue light, we only see a VIP protection. What I'm saying now is there's no one who's above the law. Whether you're driving a presidentially or whatever, you don't have a right to beat someone, even if you see a middle finger. And SAPS, stop this thing. One SAP, I heard somebody talking about the respect. We don't have a respect to our SAPS members. They don't have a respect to us. Why I'm saying that, if one SAP I wrong, the other one, or no, now we intend to wrong to this person. They badula baye melana. That's why we end up lacking a respect. So these guys who driving X5s and whatever car with the blue light, please try to respect the motorist, because we are all road users. Don't drive with high speed and expect to come behind me. Move. I must check my safety first before I can move to the left-hand side. If you can check the people that I respect a lot, you see the 911, these guys driving the 911 ambulances. Those guys, if they're asking a way, they will come, they will give you a chance, you'll see the red light, and then you pull over, and then they pass. They don't drive like these VIP protection people with the blue lamp who come behind you and push you, move. It's totally wrong. It's totally wrong, because before I move, I must check whether I'm safe to move on the left-hand side. But if you're coming with high speed of 260, you think I will move just like that? No, it's wrong. But what I like is whatever Chris have said here, he have said
Yeah.
a mouthful. I would like to
Yeah.
end here, Mr. Denny. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucky.
Thank you so much.
Brenda, there's this guy that
Hello.
people have. Brenda,
Hello, brother.
there's this guy that you've been saying I must accept. I accepted him at first and he dropped. Now I sent him an invite. He did not accept it. So I think he's just playing with us. He was not there, this guy.
Yeah, because I wanted him to come and give us his story because he said he was in
Yeah,
a
he said
taxi.
he was behind
Mm.
in a taxi. I've
And he's
accepted
agreeing
him.
with he's agreeing with this behavior. So I even said to him one day they'll take them out of that taxi and beat them up.
Yeah.
Can I come in,
So he
Bradeni
must
and
come and
Brenda?
tell us what happened.
Dr. Tsietsi, I think I'm before you, sir.
Oh, okay.
Wait, yeah, Dr. Tsietsi, there's calling there before you.
All right.
Please
Thank
mute
you.
your microphone in the meantime, Dr. Tsietsi.
Okay.
Nelson, please mute your microphone as well. Okay, Nelson is gone. Kolile, you can proceed.
Thank you, Braden. Good evening, Braden. Good evening, Brenda, and everyone else on the live. I'll try and be very quick,
Hello.
Braden. I firstly want to touch on what Josie Eviction said. I think I don't actually believe that he is really a bodyguard, judged from the things that he was saying here, and it's not a personal attack on him. But if he was, I would like to know what company he works for, because I could make a lot of money out of that company by suing, if that's how they operate. But anyway, but then I think I can only speak on what I have before me with regard to this situation, and that is the video,
Yes.
right? I see there are theories coming out. There are different versions which are not verified, and therefore I cannot place any reliance on such versions. And I would be doing a disservice to myself if I go and snatch different versions from here and there to try and piece up my submission. So I'll just stick to the video, which is what we also. I just want to start out, Braden, by saying that as much as messed up as South Africa is, at least to some degree, compared to the other countries in Africa, we still have some little bit of a rule of law still remaining in our country. And the rule of law is obviously stems from our constitution, and there's a reason why that constitution is there. A lot of people, so I won't dwell too much on this point, a lot of people have actually alluded to this fact and correctly alluded to the fact that no one is above the law. That is a constitutional guarantee, right?
Yeah.
Amongst that, right, there are rights in the Bill of Rights which are guaranteed by our constitution. And the constitution starts off by saying that everyone is bound by the Bill of Rights, meaning that no one is above the Bill of Rights. And it gives us a right to dignity and a right to freedom of security of person, which are very two important things. Your right to dignity and your right to freedom of security of your person, meaning that no person can just do anything to you, is paramount. And everyone, parliament, police, everyone, even judges, they are bound by that. They need to respect that. Now, when it comes to SAPS members, because these are SAPS members, they might be members of an elite unit, they might be a VIP protection unit, but at the end of the day, they are SAPS members and they are governed by the SAPS Act.
Yeah.
What does this mean? It means that any action that they do while in the performance of their duty needs to be operated under a legal framework, right?
Yes.
Whatever you do in your service, it must be operated under that SAPS Act. Anything that you do that is outside of the Constitution, that is outside of the SAPS Act, whether you are a protection elite member or a special task force, you are acting illegally. It doesn't matter. You need to be operating within the law. I'm just going to analyze this video quickly, Braden. The video starts out with the three gentlemen being dragged out of the car, right?
Yes.
Now, when you see this at this point, the guys are being dragged on the tar, meaning that they are already subdued. They pose no threat because they are being dragged down, and then the person in the car taking the video moves closer. What you see is that there are 7 armed policemen and there's 3 people occupants in the car. So it's like 2 on 1.
and there's one extra who's standing on the other side. So these people, or the suspects, are totally outnumbered. You've got 7 police people with AK-47s and a whole lot of guns versus 3 young boys who are already on the ground at the time the video started. They're already on the ground. I'm not sure if everyone noticed there's a girl standing that was traveling with them. You will see there's a girl there putting her hands on her. There she is on the she is on your on the picture you put up there, and that girl is traveling with them. Now the first alarm bell for me is that if this was a situation where there was a threat, all those guys are turning their back against that girl. They don't even worry about her. So if it was really a situation of a threat, they would have also made sure that she's also isolated and put to the side. Their backs were turned to her, and they were just beating these guys. So there was no threat in that situation if you analyze that. And for me, what I read into that, the fact that they did not beat that girl, they knew that they were doing something wrong. Because if they were in their duties, they would have either arrested the girl, ask her to sit down, but she was just roaming around. She was just free. It was like she was not with those guys. So the fact that they did not beat that female and only focus on the males, deep inside their hearts, they knew what they were doing is wrong. Now I'm going to close soon, but let's say, for instance, yes, that these guys were blocking the car, or they showed them a middle finger, or they did anything wrong. What was the purpose of that action? Because it's either the police stopped them to arrest them, or stopped them to effect any, I don't know, to inspect or investigate. And if they were to arrest them, the force that they use in terms of Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act was overboard, because those people, by the time the video starts, they are already on the floor. There is 7 of you, you've got guns. There is no need of you to step and kick them on their heads. Let's say, okay, you are going to arrest them. You kick them, they are lying on the ground. What do you do after that? You get into your car and you drive away. Now, if you analyze that action, where under the act or where under the law does that action of kicking people and leaving them on the floor apply? It's nowhere to be found. It's not covered by the SAPS Act. It's not covered by the Constitution. It is in law. It is what is called ultra virus. They acted beyond the scope of their powers, and therefore they need to be brought to book. So there is no way that they can justify that. Even if they wanted to arrest those guys, they didn't have to beat them, firstly. Secondly, they did not arrest them. They just left them lying on the floor, meaning that that whole act was outside of the law. They were just doing it just to punish them. And the fact that they didn't beat up the girl makes it a glaring point that they knew what they were doing is wrong. I'll touch on my last points, Brian, in terms of the arrest. I think something will be done, and so a lot of people were saying that you must respect the police. My response to that would be, you don't gain respect by disrespecting the law, firstly, and secondly, arrests. But then you need to remember there are elections coming up, right? And the ANC is under huge pressure, because they are looking to be going under 50%, and they would want to make an example to say that we are a good party and we won't let police trample you over. So based on the elections coming up, they might be forced to do something. Other than that, Zuma opened the gates for us. Well, he didn't open the gates, but he made a lot of people aware that there is something called private prosecutions. So a lot of NGOs, a lot of human rights organizations, if the NPA does not decide to prosecute, might take this one as a private prosecution just to teach these guys a lesson. So the possibilities of prosecutions are very big in terms of this case. Thank you, Braden.
Thank you, Dolile.
You can drop me, Braden.
Okay.
No.
Is it my time?
Yes, Dr. Pietzi.
Okay, thank you. I've been waiting. I thought maybe I should also join a VIP protection to come in.
Awesome. Sorry, Dr. T.
No, that's fine. Can I just quickly, I just want to first, there's something I have managed to craft here so that I can read it for you very quickly before I come to my points. Section 63, I think it's of the Road Traffic Act, if I'm not mistaken, provides that it is an offense for any person to drive a vehicle recklessly or negligently on a road. Section 58.3 provides that the safety of other road users must be considered. Reckless driving includes inconsiderate or careless driving, which might pose a risk of harm to other drivers. Then there is also there's something that where's that thing? I've lost that paragraph. But there is also under these regulations, there is also a provision that states that it is an offense not to give away to police officers using siren and all these other authorized motor vehicles that will be on the road using whatever light that is authorized. For example,
Emergency.
yes, there's emergency. There's there are different there are different colors on those things. Yeah, I understand. Just that I lost that provision that I wanted to read for you. It states like categorically as to what is supposed to happen, and in fact, when there is a blue light on the road that is coming, you have to give that away. I mean, a right of way. But look, what I want to say is I don't want to condone violence. From what I've seen in that video, it's the conduct. It's something that we're not going to condone. It's something that it's unlawful. It was not supposed to happen. That one we have to state categorically. But again, I at first, even myself, when I'm driving, I used to be irritated by blue lights, especially the VIP protection, to say, I always had this mentality to say that, no, these people, you'll find that they're not rushing anywhere. They just want to harass us on the road and so forth. Until I had an opportunity to work with a particular minister, I will not mention, very closely, because wherever he goes, I have to be with him. And in most circumstances, I'll be with him in the car. And this is my experience. I can tell you, in all the trips that I undertook with the minister in a blue light, normally we'll be having two cars. The main car, which he will be inside, mostly I will be with him. And there will also be a backup car, the one behind. Now, I can tell you, in all the trips that I undertook, my experience is that mostly it's white people who don't give away to a blue light. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to confine this to color, but I'm telling you what I've experienced personally. It might be happening, differently somewhere else, and other people having different, experiences. One trip, let me give you a story of one trip. We're rushing to OR Tambo for a flight. Look, the schedule, sometimes you'll attend meetings, 1 hour meetings, 1 hour meeting in Pretoria, 1 hour meeting in Joburg, 1 hour meeting in Capton Park. From there, you have to rush to the airport. You have got another for a flight so that you go to Parliament, something like that. Now, we are in a fast lane. Then this white guy is driving a bakkie. He did not to give us away. It's just driving. You see, this guy is relaxed. Okay, the backup car realized that. What they did, they overtook us and that car and then reduced their speed in front of the car which was blocking us. That is when he moved out. After moving out, then our driver had to accelerate, and then we passed, and then the backup followed us. So he opened the way. So in this incident, if you are in a hurry, let's say wherever, it can be a freeway or whatever, if you have a time to stop and assault someone, now we start to ask, were you in a hurry Where do you get the time to step out from the car and assault someone? Where were you going? So I think we have to ask such questions. But my experience is that, I don't want to say generally, we've got instances wherein people disregard the law. And if the law is disregarded, like in this instance, there are provisions in the Act, the Road Traffic Act, and I think and other related legislation. They have got provisions to say if this happens, this is what's supposed to happen. I mean, not giving away to an emergency vehicle like even the police who are using a blue light is an offense. I think what they were supposed to have done, maybe one vehicle to stop and attend to that incident wherein they can arrest that person, take him to police station and open a case, and it be an official case rather than, assaulting that person. Again, somewhere, somehow, generally, I also see that slowly, South Africa, maybe it's because sometimes there's an abuse of these resources of blue light and so forth. But at some point, I feel like we're also creeping into a lawless country. I mean, in terms of other incidents, which I've observed, not necessarily or specifically the one of the VIPs, wherein people assault police, where people attack vans and so forth. Those things, I think we need to find a way to attend to them so that we respect the law. At some point I think it was in 2003, I visited Cameroon. I was shocked. We were I think there was bikers, the police using motorbikes. They only use a whistle, not a siren, a whistle. I'm telling you, the way those people respect their police, they just give away immediately. They no doubt nothing. They will open a way just out of a whistle. So I think we need to find a way of, probably maybe retraining our VIP protection, how to handle matters. And I think they know, not to say they don't know, but I think something needs to be done, especially with the VIP. You can't give, even it doesn't matter what the speed the VIP protection motorcade is driving. If you are in front, the first thing, look if it is safe for you to give away. You can't give away wherein you are not safe, wherein you are going to cause an accident and so forth. But in this incident, I suspect these guys, they did not cooperate. But the manner in which the matter was handled is something that is not desirable. I think I can rest my case there.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for that information, Dr. Tzitz.
And Dr. Tzitz.
Yes.
Dr. Tzitz, and ministers and presidents should, go to meetings in time so that they don't, speed.
I can tell you,
they must be on time. They are always
let me tell you something
late
on that point.
and trying to get wherever they are going very early or on time. And now we have to now suffer for them.
No,
I
I used
need
to say
get
that.
there on time.
Brenda, I
Yes.
used to say that. Let me clarify you on that point. I used to say that but these people, why don't you leave your house early so that you must not irritate other road users? The schedule of the executive, Brenda, it's crazy. It's nothing like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's not about those people that are in meetings in time. But like I'm saying, you'll have, for example, you'll have 2 meetings in the minister's house in the morning. After that, he's needed maybe by the president in the union buildings. After that, he's needed for a meeting somewhere in Joburg. You'll find that in a day you have got 10 meetings. From there, they need you in parliament. You have to balance, you have to attend all those things. Some are emergency meetings, even emergency issues. The minister will be relaxed at home and they tell him there's an incident in Cape Town, for example. He will have to call the protectors to come in. Everything is done with a speed, because you can't afford a situation where some of the incidents, you find that the executive is not there or is not attending to them. I can tell you, this is not about time, but it's about schedule. Issues of the country, running a country, I can tell you. I bet you go and work in that office with those people. You'll come say what I'm saying. It's not time.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Tate. Brenda,
Denzel.
as my moderator and
Can
my
you
friend on
please take
TikTok.
me out? Can you please take me out? I'll just
Okay.
watch while I'm out to give others a chance.
All right, no problem. I was saying, Brenda, as my moderator and my friend on TikTok, when you see a blue light, get out of the way. Don't if you've got time to shift, né? You'll shout after they pass. When you see those blue lights, whether it's one car or if you are able to get out of the way, just give them the way. But if it's a presidential protection unit, you will see them. They are unlike, I removed Brenda by mistake, trying to remove Dr. Tsietsi.
Yeah, and I thought it, I
Yes.
thought it's my turn.
Sorry, Brenda,
My friend.
I removed you by mistake, trying to remove Dr. Tsietsi.
Yes.
So I was saying to you, Brenda, when you see a blue light on the way, please, I beg you, move. You'll shout after they passed. You'll shout and swear on your own in the car, but just give them the way. But there's
Yeah, no.
different types of these blue lights. Ne? There's the kind of blue lights that Dr. Tsietsi was referring to. Those are the guys who protect ministers. It's usually two cars. Those ones, sometimes they are unreasonable, like they come fast behind you. And before you notice, sometimes they don't even put on those blue lights. Those ones who usually rushing the ministers. But the ones who are protecting the presidents, former presidents, and deputy president, that one is unique. You will never struggle to get out of the way. They send bikers ahead. There's usually about 4, 5, 6 bikers that clears the way before the lead car comes in. After once the way they've cleared 1 kilometer, the road is open. There'll be a lead car that is leading the main cars, protectors, and whoever is in that car, president or deputy. That one, that convoy, it's very clear to see. It won't confuse you. If you happen to find yourself on their lane, they are going to clear you. So, as my moderator, I'm advising you. I know you are very passionate about it. Get out of the way, Brenda, please.
I will,
Yes.
Braden.
When they come flashing, just get out of the way because they don't negotiate. They don't negotiate those ones. What they did is wrong. We should condemn it. It should not happen to anyone. But again, we should teach people to say, when you see a blue light, just give them the way, let them pass. It's one of those
No,
incidents that can be avoided. Just let them go.
no, I heard you and Braden. Loud and
Yes,
clear.
yes, thank you. So, Kanye,
Yeah, thank you very much for an opportunity.
Tara.
Brati, Brenda, and everybody. Ke femele ka be ka fola.
Yes,
Number one. Ke bona video. Re bona the end results of video.
yes,
Are bone mo ithamang go teng.
true.
We don't see anything where everything started. And as you said, Brati, you will have 3-3. You're having 2-2-2. It's 6 motorbikes that will come by the robots to start warning first and to stop the other way. And the biker will start with a robot that is already closed and start controlling that one. And there's a mouthpiece that you communicate with the second and the third biker. And the fourth and the fifth and the sixth biker will be at the back, and they will be passing each other on the road, so that if you hold this robot, the other one must hold the following stops, and just like that. And you are going to have your national traffic police that is going to assist with backupping one bike and the other one, just like that. So it is very, 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 very impossible that you won't see that this is a VIP protection. It's impossible. What I suspect is the polo driver went in between the convoy, or he refused to leave the lane where the convoy was driving, because normally if it's a president or deputy president, they will use 2 lanes, but at most best they will use 1 lane, but occupying and protecting another lane so that there's no sniper that can come between. What I want the community to understand is the snipers that people will buy to attack the government officials are trained snipers as well. You can never drive on a 100 kilometer per hour speed or 120, because they might kill the person inside the car. The Ingabi guys, they do that many times on your stop sign and the stuff like they do in some taxi industry that I don't want to talk about it now. Now, you can never, in any other circumstances, that will drive on a slow lane while you're protecting the president or the deputy president or the minister for all I care. So now, it's everyone there went to advanced driving. That's why Dr. Tsietsi, when he said they saw the driver that was not moving, but they couldn't pass. As the first car, they couldn't pass the car that is driving slow. They had to rely on the supporting vehicle, on the backup vehicle, to pass first and distract the car so that they can pass. But anything could have happened in a speed that is lower than 80 kilometers per hour. That is what I want the community to understand first. Now, let's come now to the what we see on the video. What we see on the video, we see this guy dragging the driver out of the vehicle. And the other one, I just want to respond to it when he says they left the girl if there was a danger, and he's saying 8 of them. Look at the pic on your phone. Just next to the guy on the suit, his face is facing on the girl's side. Right. How many vehicles are protecting the deputy president? You have 4 vehicles more that can deal with anything that might come if there's anything that can happen. You've got other vehicles that are not marked, that are not even on the convoy, that are used by intelligences. Maybe that is information that I'm not even supposed to say yet. But now you've got again another backup that you may contact via your radio, that there's an incident with a vehicle registration number so and so that you need to attend. We are leaving the scene now. There is no way that the VIP protectors will leave these people and never inform any diplomatic or any other SAPS members or highway patrollers to continue and attend the scene. So I don't want people to behave or to talk as if this country is run by people that are headless. These people, yes, are highly trained. Are highly trained to do what? Are highly trained to do what? People are talking about the respect and the assault and all those kind of things. You are not there when these things are happening. It's like someone sitting outside the ground and the pitch and saying, if it was me, I was going to kick the ball like that, or if it was me, I was going to avoid the accident, because you've got all the time to think. So that's not how it works on the road. That's not how it works at work. And I'm hearing Sis Brenda saying a lot of just because of these guys, they were assaulted, and we are saying that other guy who says a VIP protector, and one say he can make a lot of money out of this guy. He mentioned something about protecting the Arabs. Those are the king of oils. They deal with oils. They deal with a very serious economy. You will never compromise their safety. In any other circumstance, you wouldn't do that. Let me make one, maybe it might be irrelevant or relevant example. The close protectors of the late President Muammar Gaddafi, they will go inside the meeting with their guns and sword, because the late President Muammar Gaddafi was the most targeted by NATO. There's a whole lot of people that are there on the highway that you don't know them, that you need to do your utmost best, because that is what you are paid for. So now, on an incident where they assaulted the motorist and the crews here, we don't know what was the extent of the weight. We don't know what was happening there. We only see the video. And the previous speaker here that he says is a member of Pop Crew, he analyzed a lot of things with the videos, with the statement, and we are talking about the case that might be investigated by now. I don't know where he was taking all those things because he mentioned a lot of acts that when I check, I don't see them anywhere. Section 49, the use of minimum force. What's the use of minimum force? If we say apparently he used his pistol, you may remove your magazine out of your firearm when you don't have intention to shoot, because your firearm might be crap and it might be used against you, or it might be discharged. Again, I want to respond for the last time before I leave on the one that said it's not true that the VIP protectors should drive differently when there's no minister or there's no any person that they're protecting. Why should you show the community that now I'm not with the president? You drive the same way, like Sean responded to this one. You drive the same way if there's a president. Even if you've got your own private firearm, you treat it as if it's loaded, even if when it's not loaded. Those are the things that we should know and understand. I'm not condoning the issue of assault, but the minimum force might be applied when it's necessary. So we were not there. We were not in their shoes. We don't know what transpired. Let us let the law deal with its course. That is my take.
Thank you so kindly. This was informative. This was educational. I hope people were listening to you, not with emotions. From what I gather, you know what you're talking about. You know these things, and that's what we're trying to tell people, that as much as some of us don't agree with that kind of an assault, but there's another side of the story. There's a lot of things that are involved. And like I was advising Brenda earlier, a presidential motorcade, guys, you cannot mistake it for anything else. You will see it when it comes. They will clear the road properly, so without just driving behind you unaware. There are bikers that will clear the road. Even on the highway, those bikers will clear at least a kilometer or so for the lead car to come and make sure the road is clean, and all those cars will follow. If you enter in between those cars, you're placing your life in danger, because how they react, they see that as a threat to the person they are protecting. And their first reaction will be to deal with a threat. They will realize later that, okay, this is not a threat. These are just SANDF trainees. But again, how you react at that time when they realize that you are not a threat, it's important as well. So we don't know, like as he's saying, we don't know what happened. We don't know where this story started. Somebody said it started 30 kilometers back, where this polo was a problem. We're not sure. We hope that information will come out. But let's learn to respect emergency lights. It's blue lights, it's red lights. When you see them, just get out of the way as soon as you can, if it is safe to do so. Rulani.
My brother, I wanted Kanye also, man, to engage.
He's here. He's still here. I'm not removing
yeah.
him.
Yes, one. I want to differ, guys.
Okay.
I want to differ. First, those bikes you are seeing in front of VIP protectors, those are trafficked police. are people qualified to control traffic. VIP protectors are not qualified and they don't have iloxan to control traffic. That's why they are being controlled also by traffic controllers.
Okay.
To avoid what these VIP they have done now at N1, because traffic controllers, they do have a way of alerting me that Chief Rulani move from first lane to left. This VIP, they don't have that background. There's a difference between an SAPS and traffic copper.
Yes.
Second thing is this, my brother. If these guys from Polo, they have done the wrong thing, and we must be clear here, Paul Mashatile was not inside the car. Statement is there.
Inside which car, Rulani?
Those BMs, those X5s. Paul Mashatile was not there. So we can't be raising the issue. We can't be raising the issue of threat there.
Okay.
Yes. Paul Mashatile was not there. When they saw that,
may I
can I finish? Can I finish? I'll come, my brother. Can I finish?
Let's allow him to. Wait, Rulani, wait. Rulani, when somebody interrupts you, I'm the moderator, so I'll ask him to give you chance. So don't exchange with him. I'll stop him. Ne?
Sure.
So can you let's allow Rulani to finish. I want to engage him as well. So let's allow him. We're gonna have a debate on this one.
Sure.
You can continue, Rulani.
Oh, okay. So once if the VIP protectors, they have seen that this Polo is putting other drivers' life at danger. I can tell you there is no Polo was putting threat on them because Paul Mashatile was not there. The first thing, they do have radio and everything. They were supposed to call. They know there is in N1, my brother, there's a police who are being there to patrol N1. They were supposed to call that there's this Polo at N1 displayed and driving towards what. Can you please come and assist? Or if they see that they will be late, they were supposed to call that Polo outside if they are not in rush. And then they call police. After, if that didn't happen, if they've assaulted them, one or two, as Kanye was saying, we're supposed to go to the nearest police and open the case or give the background to the nearest police station. What happened led to them doing what they did. Protectors, you can check, my brother. I can't look on my profile. If now we hire or ask Metro Police Johannesburg that will be having a convoy, we need you to assist us, and then you clear a way, and we are going to Tshwane. If we are using N1, we have to apply also the Metro Police of Tshwane in Pretoria. When we approach Shell Garage here at Midrand and Centurion, they will turn Metropolis job back, they will turn at Shell Garage. The Tshwane Metropolis, they will pick up at Shell Garage and then we go to Tshwane. Because even though we do have blue light, we don't have a right to control a traffic because we do have a blue light. For me, being a VIP protector, I don't have a right to Luxan to control a traffic on the road. Only traffic police do have that right. That's why you see President, when they do have a scheduled meeting, you'll see on front a traffic police who controlling his VIP protectors and himself to clear the way. Lastly, please check this for me, my brother. Is anyone in this country, including VIP protector, allowed to drive more than 120 per hour?
Okay, Rulani, you can pause. Let's allow Kanye to respond.
Is that a question that I said to earlier on, I said, if there's a sniper on the bridge and the car is approaching at the minimum speed of at least 100 or 80 or even less than 120, the chances that a sniper might shoot into a vehicle are very, very, very high, are over 90%.
Yes, leader, I understand that. But in this case, we are aware now and know now that Paul Mashatile is not there.
Right
And the
there,
principal,
Rulan,
yes,
wait, pause there. Let
yes,
me deal with that part. I
yes.
think we as members of the public, we confuse something. The motorcade, yeah, Paul Mashatile or the president, it's made up of a number of cars. I don't know the exact number, but it's a lot of cars. Yeah? Now, one rule that these guys operate on, when there's a threat to the principal or to the convoy does not stop. The
Exactly.
convoy continues moving. Behind that convoy, there are other specialized units whose responsibility is to deal with the threat. So Paul Mashatile would have not been on those two X5 that were attending to these guys. If Paul Mashatile was part of that convoy, he was not going to stop. The convoy was going to move. And the people who are behind, who've got training to neutralize the threat, would have remained with that threat. And these are the special task force guys that we see on this picture.
No, that's true.
What's your comment?
And that didn't happen, my brother.
Yes, there we agree.
Yes, that didn't happen because the snipers that we are talking about, my brother, they will not go low to that extent of assaulting someone and taking out their guns to people who are not posing any threat. And those people will remain behind. There will be one of them going to the nearest police station or calling a backup of SAPS to come and take statement there if they are rushing somewhere. They will never leave. Like we are having a statement now from Masimula that there is no report from these guys, all of them, those that are in convoy. So means what they are doing, they were distancing ourselves. And it come back where I say, my brother, what I agree with what you are saying. When a trip is organized, everything will be online. First, it will be traffic cops in front, controlling the traffic, reminding you or me on a fast lane, just please, chief, just move away. VIP, they are coming. And then they will follow other departments you are talking about. But in this case, that didn't happen.
No, Rulan, we don't know what happened. Let's at least agree that we don't know.
No, it didn't happen. No, it's where I disagree because I'm saying Masimula, who's a CIC, he's distancing himself. Let's forget about Paul releasing. I'm saying chief of police is distancing himself. Who do have a better background of how this convoy is supposed to go?
But Rulani, do you know what happened when?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that?
They assaulted the guy. Here's the Loxan, which they are not allowed to do it. They assaulted the guys on the ground.
So your knowledge is based on the 52 seconds video. Before
and
that,
it's very enough.
That led to this. Do you know that?
And it's very enough, my brother. And I heard other people are mixing issues. Ne? That's why you hear now Minister of Police is quiet because it's reckless sometimes. There's two issues here. There's a labor issue and there's a criminal act. That's why I heard yesterday when other people are asking why these people are not arrested, they're saying that but case need to be opened by those people who have been assaulted. And then now there's an issue of IPIT, which involve a labor relation act. So that's why you see some minister looks and because Undos will come in and say, no, what they did is wrong, they must be dismissed, like others are saying. And if you say that and you are in a higher rank, it might happen you lose the case, it could be a CCMA or bargaining council. That now you have taken a Luxan before Luxan. So people are mixing issues. Here, my brother, there's a misconduct which they have committed related to their work, Lokzan, a contract of all their employment. Understand? So that one, IP is going to deal with it.
All right, no, thank you. Thank you, Rulani, for your input.
Thank you, my brother.
Kanye, do you want to have last word before I let you go?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond a little bit there on the comment, and again on where Rulan is saying there's traffic to control the convoy. Remember, the traffic are set to work at a certain point in areas. And I do not agree with him when he says the VIP protectors are not trained to control the traffic. They've got an advanced driving of the highest level of sometimes managing the car. That's why the other bodyguard guy said, I think it was Sean or someone said they could have pushed them out of the car using their cars. Because they are now trained on how to defend yourself using the very same vehicle that you are using.
Yes.
And if the situation goes beyond your control, then now you can use your weapon to destabilize the situation that is becoming a threat to anybody that you are protecting at the moment. Now, when he says the VIP protectors are not trained to control the traffic, I disagree with him, but with respect, so. And again, the other brother here on the comment section, he said because the cars are fitted with a radar system that will detect if there's a lethal weapon. Yes, they are. But he must also remember that there are certain devices that I cannot advise on the live here that are used to interfere with the radar so that the radar doesn't detect some of the things. We know these things are happening everywhere. So I'm not again, I must make this declaration. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization. I'm speaking solely so personally with the information that I acquired myself, not being given by any organization that is supported by government. I don't want tomorrow that they will say I've been speaking on behalf of any organization. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization, but the VIP protectors are trained to do most of the things. The difference is the traffic cops are specializing on that, but they are trained to do that. And last thing, I said he's not sure on what communication was done when they left the scene, because remember, when you are correcting measures, there might other things that might arise that follow the actions that happened today. And for being aware that maybe someone is taking the video, let me make an example, Prati. It's me and you, is two of us. I know I've got something against you, and I want to punish you. I'll make sure that it's only two of us. When nobody's seeing me, then I punch you quickly, and then I lie down, and then I scream. The first person who's going to come to the scene, what is going to say? Is going to say, you punched me. Or he found you beating me. You see, because now I'm not protecting anything that happens here. But all I'm saying is all of us who were not there, let the law take its course. For what IP is going to do, for what investigation that is going to do, but I believe these VIP protectors, they passed hundreds and hundreds of cars. Why they will just choose a blue polo? They hate it. Maybe they hate the blue polo. They just decided to pick one car and start pulling it out and assault people on the car. On their daily job that they are doing. Are we saying these members are not, these VIP protectors are not mentally stable? They will never pull just a car randomly from nowhere and say, we are going to assault that car. That car, we're going to assault it. There must be something that happened. Let us use our brain. Let us think out of the box. We don't condone the assault. really we don't condone it. But
Yeah.
it must have started somewhere. We should also think about where did it started from. So
Yes.
the investigation, it will take place, and there's no law that says if there's a query or there's an incident, then now with immediate effect you must submit a statement. Then the national commissioner need to read the statement. They've got also their rights as the employees and as the VIP protector to consult with their legal department before they can furnish the statements that they are going to submit.
Yes.
So why should we worry about the people that that the government has their addresses and they've got, I mean, they've got everything, all the information. They are not flight risk. Why should they rush in getting all those statements and something? They will do get those things with the time. But the person that I wanted to condemn more than anyone is that guy from what is that organization from Pope Crew. He said a lot of things that are not making sense here, and he said it's from Pope Crew. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Let
you.
me leave it here. Maybe we'll hear someone from Pope Crew
Yeah.
that will speak on behalf of Pope Crew. So.
Each other. Miss K, sorry for keeping you waiting. Please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, guys. Eish, I'm sorry if I get cut. I have load shedding now at 10, so any minute can be, you know.
Okay, no
But
problem.
just in
Okay.
summary, what I'm going to say, out of everything everybody has said, Pradeni, let us face the facts. Nobody knows the facts of what happened or what transpired there. People
Yes.
are sweating over a guesswork information.
Yes.
I think when you put that picture there, the context is what happened there. Was it correct? That's what we should be asking ourselves. No
Yes.
matter the justification an SAPS in this platform can give, or what a JMPD can give, what they did there, they did exactly what they keep telling us: do not take law into your own hands. I don't care what those guys did. They had no right to lay their hands, kick them to a pulp. Someone
Yeah.
could have died in that incident. If you look at that guy wearing a white, lying on the ground, anything
Yes.
could have happened to that guy. I am actually
Yes.
waiting to hear a doctor's report about that guy. Now,
Mm.
them as people in authority, in law enforcement, people that knows better, assumingly so, than me, why would they get out of their car and beat a defenseless child to a pulp? That's what we're asking as the public. We don't care whether that guy was drunk. We don't care whether that guy intercepted the convoy. We really don't care. Why would they beat that guy? If that guy was wrong, one of them has a driver's license, they could have just stepped out, took the car to the police station, arrest the boys. That's the right way to do. Because guys, no matter how much you want to justify this, because you work for these what you call departments, it still does not justify what we see. If it was you, if it was your family member, would you still sing the same song? The answer is no. Those guys have a case against the state, and unfortunately, who are liable to pay for those guys if they launch a lawsuit? It's me and you. Government has no money. We are the government. We will have to cough up more tax to pay for these lawsuits of their recklessness. It goes to tell that in our government, in our police force specifically, in this case, we have people that are not called to be where they are. They are just there just to make a buck. That's number one. They are just there because they didn't get a job somewhere else and therefore they got hired there. They have rules, regulations, policies, everything in their disposal that they get given when they start to do those jobs, the do's and the don'ts. They followed none of those. I don't care whether they were escorting Mr. Late Mandela. It is still illegal. Let's get that straight into our heads, guys, and leave all the shenanigans and the technicalities and everything that we actually have no in-depth information on. Because you see now people, they're getting worked up, but actually they have no facts. It's a guesswork. They're going up and down and getting worked up and getting angry at each other. The question is, what you see there, is what was supposed to be done by a person in authority? Because I'd ask, even if it was Cyril Ramaphosa that was driven there, that is that how you want to lead the nation? Is that what you want to teach the young boys growing up? We're talking about a GBV day in, day, what do you call it? Gender-based violence, GBV, day in, day out. Before we can rebuke the young boys that are growing up, we need to lead by example. Our government are kind of people that we put into position, into authority, into leadership. We trust that they know what they are doing and they will lead us the right way. Now, by seeing them doing this and justifying it, any police that is on this platform that is trying to justify this, please do introspection to yourself. It is wrong. Those guys were supposed to be arrested. Those guys, the car was supposed to be driven by one of them, taken to the police station. Simple as that. I drive on M1 every day. These guys are terrorizing us. There is a yellow lane which K53 states it is for emergency. They will leave yellow lane far and come and terrorize us on fast lane. The reality is we have different emergencies. I may be on the fast lane because someone is dying at home. I may be on the yellow lane because I have an interview somewhere that I need to get there on time. There's always traffic in Joburg specifically where this matter happened. So the point is, they must not treat us, the politicians, as if now, after we've given them authority and power, we are non-entities. Until a black person specifically wakes up into a reality that we have power that we keep giving into people that does not even care about us. We have power economically that we keep thrashing it as if we do not have. Because if a black person would stand up and say, let me support a black business, trust me, if black people can stop going to what you call malls and say we are going to support economy in the townships, we will move. You look at the Indian communities, those people, they support each other. What I'm trying to say, I know now I'm deviating a little bit. What I'm trying to say is we keep shifting our power and giving power to people that they actually don't care about us. Any police officer, I repeat, you are here, you are defending what happened there. Go do introspection. Go ask yourself, are you even called into this? So that's all I wanted to say, Braden, that people must not deviate. The question is simple. Was what was done there correct? And the answer is no.
No.
Thank you, Ms. K.
Thank you, Miss K.
I
Thank you,
agree
Baba.
with you. It was wrong.
Left
It
twice,
was not supposed to happen.
Bradeni.
Because now you see others, they knew where Paul Mashatile was. You understand? Others are already implicating Paul Mashatile. They know where he was and where he was not. That's a whole different topic altogether.
Yeah.
Thank you,
As you
sir.
go,
Good evening, guys. Enjoy your evening. Love you.
as,
See you next
as,
time.
as
You
you go
too.
away, Ms. K, I
Yes.
agree with you. But when you are on the road and you see the blue lights behind you, no matter the amount of terror you feel, just get out of the way, please.
Me and Brenda, I
Yes.
do. Trust me, I do. But I
Because,
get annoyed with the
yes,
manner
it's
in which they
annoying,
are
I
so
know.
disrespectful. But I
It's
do, believe in
annoying,
me.
yes. It's annoying.
Believe
I
in me, I
know, it's
do.
annoying. But let's
I'm
just
telling
get
you.
that. Let's just allow them to go and crash somewhere else.
Let me not get to politics. But you know what? The other day,
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you.
okay,
Miss D,
Sanbonani Dumelang, good evening.
good
I have a
evening.
question. I
Yeah,
have a question. Yes, when one sees a blue light, they have to move out of the way. But then I have a question. I want to know. I want to understand something. If they reacted because the guys were black or what? The reason why I'm saying this is that 2 years back I was
yes.
going to work. I was in a taxi, and then there was convoy out of a sudden, out of the blue. I don't know who they were escorting, but there were bikers, Skopele. Now, what happened is that we moved out of the way. But then before us, there was, I think, a small yellow car. There were two white women in that car. The woman refused to move out of the way for the convoy. She refused and even sweared at them. Now the guy who was in front leading the convoy was furious because he kept he drove actually and went to the woman's window side and just slapped the window to tell the woman to move. That woman opened her window and insulted him. And then as everything was busy happening, we were just watching. She was there, and then the robot opened, and then she curved, and that's when they moved. But there was no reaction whatsoever that happened to that woman. They just let her go and they continued. Now what I fail to understand is that why were these ones beaten, but that one there was no action whatsoever that was taken against her? Is it because she's white and these ones are black, or what? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D. We still have that problem in this country where blacks can be disrespected while whites doing the same thing are not treated the same way. So we still have that problem. I have no reason to doubt what you are saying. I think it's not only that incident. There are a lot of white people who've disrespected the blue light brigades, and they've been treated with kiss glove. I think the other way of looking at this incident is that way that you're saying, to say if it was four white males of a white male and a white woman, would they reacted the same? Would they have been kicked the same way these guys were kicked? I don't think so. So it could be that again that we are soft on white and we are hard on our own black brothers and sisters. So that's possible.
Yeah,
You're making a valid point. Thank you.
it's sad. Really sad.
Yeah. Guys, we're going to stop this live at 10:30. Our likes are moving very, very, very slow. I guess it's because I'm also focusing on this topic more than pushing the likes, and the gifts also have paused. There's no gift coming. So whenever this happens, it's time for us to call it a day. So the last people who are on the queue, please stick to your 5 minutes time limit, because at 10:30 we are stopping the live. We're coming back again tomorrow for the same Meyiwa case. So yeah, Nhlanhla.
Prateni, thanks.
Inshallah.
Prateni, I've got a problem. There were two gentlemen that were here before. There was one who said he was from Popcro.
Yes.
Of which I think is from my side, he spoke very well, because he looked at the incident as it is, and
Yes.
is and is
Yeah,
trying to speak looking at the video as it is, because from our side we are just taking the video as it is, not saying maybe someone took that video because he had something against the police. As maybe some of you will know that most of like the motorists now, they've got cameras in their vehicles just for security purposes, I will say. So for me, if I look at the video, because that person was coming behind them, there is nothing that shows that he took, the person who was taking the video, maybe he wanted to show something maybe has something against the police, whoever, was just driving his vehicle, which happens to have a camera inside. But there is a gentleman that was in here who said is not speaking on behalf of any organization, is not defending anyone. But if you're listening to him, the kind of words he's using, he's justifying the act of those police, because the gentleman who said he was from Pop Crew said the only people who are trained to control the traffic are traffic officers. And that gentleman said, no, it's not. Those people, the VIP protection guys, they are only trained, or they are well trained in protecting the VIP, of which is their principal. In this case, if there was if maybe the VIP was there, but if the VIP managed to pass that polo, so now even if the polo maybe was driving, if the polo didn't want to give them way when they were driving, but because the VIP passed, then there was, that polo was no threat after the VIP has passed. So why did they attack? That's my problem. Because if the VIP then passed, then they should follow the VIP and protect. It's like me, if I have a gun at home and then someone tried to stab me, then but I manage to run, then to go into the house and get a gun and come back, am I still protecting myself? I don't know. But for me, it doesn't make sense, because we are only trained to protect the VIP. If, let's say, that guy didn't want to move, maybe the only way they could have done is what they normally call defensive driving, just to drive him off the road, but not to stop the car and beat the guy. For me, that one really doesn't make sense. I think they went like they were out of the line. They didn't do their work, because if they are protecting someone and someone has passed, so now even themselves now they are putting the life of that VIP in danger now, because they are not protecting that person anymore. For me,
Thank you.
yes, the gentleman that was here, I'm not too sure, but to say also, because he went on to say the gentleman from Pop Crew, he said if we must use our mind, as if that gentleman wasn't using that mind. I think for me that's an insult in a way, to say someone is not, they must use their mind, as if I'm the only one who can use my mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nhlanhla.
Yeah, thanks, Pratini.
Tshepo.
Yes.
Taba.
I was saying, those guys, they don't have, I think they're not qualified to drive those cars. Because when you're doing advanced driving, if you have advanced driving, you should pass those cars. Even you don't even have a space. If you get that just smaller space, you'll manage to pass those cars. You must not stop. Remember, you have advanced driving, you have bodyguard, you are a bodyguard. You must just not stop anywhere, because you're a very driver. Why you are stopping in the middle of nowhere? We are not sure that guy will attack you or what. You just stop and you attack the guy.
Yes.
And you didn't check those other cars. You just only check one car. So those guys, they are not qualified to escort. They're not
Yeah,
qualified. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you, Tsepo.
Thank you.
Then support us.
Brenda,
Oh, Katatem.
Brenda,
How are you?
step in the life with us.
No, I went to say they're not qualified. You must be qualified. They're not qualified.
It's that
I'm not
time of the
qualified.
night.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Because the
Yo,
time
so
is running up.
you done this time, Tsepo.
The time is running up.
Yes, thank you, Chapo.
There's somebody here. I think he's deactivated or something. My app. I'm not sure what's wrong, but
Hello,
oh,
brother.
even
Can you hear me,
yes,
guys?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No. Okay, guys. Good evening, guys. First of all, I'll just respond to Tsebo. Tsebo, a VIP can never pass you on the left. I think you should know that by now. This is a part of their defensive driving, what they are being taught. They can never pass you on the left. If you are on the road, they rather just push you with the car. They can never pass you on the left. It's not allowed by how they were taught. So they pass left, keep left, pass right on them. Now it doesn't work. So guys, you know, we as citizens, we have a problem, and we will still see such cases. And guys, we need to have respect. If you can't respect others, just respect yourself. We need to try to avoid such incidents on the road, please.
Yes.
Not even on the road, just out immediately you leave your house. Respect yourself. Try to avoid anything that's not good for you. Don't be I have rights, I know my rights guy. A police officer shot a traffic officer last week because of Skip the next. Where is
Yes.
he today? He's dead. And then what did we do? We gathered on
Image.
TikTok, we made live thingy, and then we talked and talked, but he's gone. Guys, we need to learn to avoid things wherever we are. Guys, as we don't learn. This is the VIP protection. Yes, they cannot go around beating people and all that. But remember, these guys are trained in a different way. These are not people who these are the VIP protection guys. They will just stop there, beat you up, and nothing will happen. Open up I hear people say they must why didn't they just take their car and drive with him to the police station and open up a case? No, these are not public order policing. They are VIP protection. They don't have time for that. They can never do that. They will just give you a few kicks there and there, get into the car, drive off. If you want the case opened, you yourself can drive to the police station, open up a case, and good luck. These things should be avoided. We are the normal citizens that drive on the road. Yes, you do have the right on the road. You have the right to use the road. But just know that this is South Africa. We have the VIP. We have these kind of people. They are there. Give them space, and then you can go back and live happily ever after. You don't have to really now be in such cases. I mean, if this guy was shot, I mean, let's say they were carrying maybe a deputy minister in there, they were going to shoot these guys because once you distract them on the road, you are a threat to them. They might shoot you, and unfortunately, they will just come. Police will come, open up an inquest case, then that's it. You are gone. we need to respect ourselves and respect the other road users. I hear people are saying, people think they are above the law. We are all citizens. We are equal. We are not equal. We are
We're not.
not equal, and we will never be equal. If we can be equal, then there will be a problem. We can never be equal. That is what people must
Oh,
understand. We are never going to be equal, and we will never be equal. There are people who are above the law. That you must know from today. If people are not above the law, Ramaphosa was going to be in jail. Paul Mashatile was going to be in jail. Khwateman Dash was going to be in jail. Where are they today? They are in their houses enjoying their lives. How many crimes did they commit? Fraud and all this. But nothing is happening. What does that tell you? They are above the law. So, guys, this is South Africa. We are living in the reality. This is the real world. If you want to be peaceful in your life, avoid such things. Just move off the road and let people pass. If you come to the mall, there's somebody who you know there's some conflict and stuff, just walk away. Because guys, Mina, I don't know.
thank you, my
I don't
bear,
know.
my bear.
Okay, thanks, Brenda.
Thank
I
you.
know you are against me, but yes,
No,
thank
I'm
you.
not. If you don't know,
No,
how will I know?
no, Brenda, I know I've been listening to you, and I know that you are yes, but Mina, I'm saying this is just few kicks, just discipline installation. It was needed. Tomorrow, if that guy sees the VIB projection, he's gonna make sure that he move off the road. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah.
Brenda, there's somebody that you said I must check. He's not on the queue.
It's Tabo, ne? Is it Tabo or Tabang?
Tawama
I
Vugo,
thought
I
I
see
saw.
him now. I
Oh,
see
yeah.
him.
And there was some.
It's there.
Hi, but
The
we are in
sniper,
trouble, eh?
the sniper here. Sniper, can you hear me?
Sure. How's that?
Wait, Tabang, I'm still checking sniper. Sniper, can you hear
Where's
me?
the sniper, brother?
He's here, but I can see him. But
Oh,
sniper,
I
can you
can't
hear me?
this side.
Sniper, can you hear me? Okay, I don't think he can hear us, so I'm gonna remove him. Let me remove my password. Okay, Tabang.
Brother,
Tabang.
look, how's my bro? Right.
Sharp, well,
Yeah.
Tabang?
The speaker that was talking, I think, Otomile Pila, but I believe for market reviews high anyway. Honestly speaking, that one was a pure abuse of power. It was the abuse of power. Firstly, we are talking about the people that are protecting someone. Those guys, the minister was not in the car, meaning that there was no anything. There was no anything that they can make them to end up beating a person like that. In fact, if they don't have anyone, you normally see them driving without any speed and all the stuff. But they only make this speed when they are carrying someone. But now, if they are protecting someone, it means that if that person is not there, what are they protecting? Even if someone can come and do whatever on the road, they need, all of us are paying tax, and we've got the right to be on the road. Now, as a police officer, I don't agree with what they have done, these people. What they have done is abuse of power, period. It's an abuse of, they were not even supposed to do that. Some of the things you ignore them. The reason why we've got such things, Sabo, I can't breathe and all this stuff, is such things. Today, we don't have
Yeah.
Ama Berete, they started well because of the abuse that they've done to people. Now they have to be cancelled because there's a lawsuit against the police officers. So it is important as people that we really need to adhere to the rules. In fact, Our duty as police officers is to protect you guys, is to protect the community, is to protect, not to abuse you. Doesn't matter how right am I. It doesn't matter, brother. But what is important, I have to protect my people. You can see that those guys were just kids, and maybe they were trying to race with them and all the stuff. But you cannot abuse innocent people like that. It doesn't matter unless they have shown you a firearm. I thought they were going to kick them and take out the firearm from them, but we cannot, brother. So it is important, especially when we're working for the law enforcement. We really need to respect people. The first thing first, brother. For example, the issue that guy with over last weekend. The first thing that the police officer was supposed to do, that was doing the thing that he has done right, is to protect people, that not himself only, but to protect people that are around him. For any misfiring, it doesn't have to touch them and all the stuff. So it is important. It is important as people that are living in South Africa. This is not America, where we need to take power onto our hands and kick people and leave people dead as if we are not human beings. We are human beings, and we really need to respect people. So my concern is that the minute you start coming, even if you just come out with a rifle and all this stuff, you're just doing something. The police know very well. The police know very well. The minute you take out the firearm from you, it's a charge by itself. It's a charge, because you need to tell us the intention of why are you pulling out the gun from the what you call, from the holster and all the stuff. So it is important that we respect. I'm also talking to the police officers that are here. It doesn't matter whether a person is driving polo or what. We need to respect. I can come with Uno or whatever, drive Uno and do all the stuff, but I've got the right to be on the road. These people, sometimes they push us on the road. You'll find that we are driving 120, and when you check on your left-hand side, there are cars. Where must I go? So it is important. We cannot do that. So they have also to give people an opportunity, give people, this guy was talking, somewhere is talking the truth, that people have been trained, advanced driving. Allow us a space so that we can be able to be on the safe side before you remove us on the road. So, but then with me, I'm saying this was totally out of order. And we cannot blame the training Yamaporisa. We are trained very well there. We are trained. So, but then if you are working for a particular company, and that company has laws, and then you don't adhere to the laws, we are not going to blame the company that you're working for. We are going to blame you, because of the company is not there. When I'm wearing a police uniform, or when I'm working at forensic, where I'm working at Forensic Science Laboratory, when they give me an evidence or exhibit to analyze, I need to analyze the exhibit until I conclude it. It's a law. But if I leave the exhibit unattended and the exhibit is stolen, I must be charged. So these people must be charged for abusing their power, to abusing these young boys on the street. That's my take, brother. I don't know if there's anyone who's got a question.
No, thank you, Taban.
Thank you, Taban. Thank you so much.
Godfrey says he is a VIP protector. He's part of this convoys. Godfrey, talk to us.
Dumelang Brati and everybody on the panel.
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, quick one. These people, the VIP, how it works. Okay. First thing first, people must learn to respect an emergency car, be it ambulance, police car, metro car. On highway, even if there's one car that is following us with the seat.
You're breaking, my brother.
Now VIP, and if something
I think he should go
Well,
out and come back again.
Mm. Godfrey,
Okay, can you hear me now?
Godfrey, your network is bad. Can you hear us?
Yes,
You
yes,
can
I
go
can hear
out.
you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, or go out and request again. I'll accept you. Go out and request again, Godfrey. Okay, Godfrey, I'm gonna remove you, ne? And then you request again. Please request again. I'll accept you. Hachi,
Good evening, Bradeni and Sis Brenda. How are you guys?
sharp is it?
Sharp, sharp.
Sure. I've been in this queue since 7 o'clock.
That's
Finally,
There's still 35 more people on the
final.
queue, and are you lucky you made it?
Let me say the guy who just spoke now is my tutor at law. Is tutoring me law. That guy.
Which one?
Dikgotso. He was also my tutor at forensics.
Oh, okay.
Is brilliant. Is brilliant. Let me just say to him, keep up the good work of helping the new students, of helping us.
Yeah.
And, my brother, keep up, man. That guy, I think, is from Limpopo somewhere. I'm under other province, Eastern Cape, but we met and he's doing good. Let me come back here. Brother, we all have rights, but our rights have limitation.
Yes.
Okay. One, brother, can, as citizen of South Africa, respect the law? Can, as citizen of South Africa, one speaker here who spoke, I think, at around after 7 or so, he said, I think we must go back, or the driving schools, they need to teach. I don't know how are they going to teach the learners now that they are buying licenses. I don't know that how it's going to happen, because if you buy license, you don't know the rules of the road. You
Yeah.
don't know the signs of the road. You see? So the driving schools need to teach people. Okanye, people need to take K53 and learn.
Mm.
People, Prateni, they don't respect police. People, Prateni, they don't respect ambulances. People, Pradeni, they don't respect traffic officers. That is wrong. That is wrong. People should respect the law, should respect the authority. Is that okay, Pradeni? People should just respect it.
Mm.
If you see a blue light behind you, irrespective of you are pregnant, someone is dying or what, move away from the road. Move away.
Yes.
And then after they pass, you follow them. After they pass, you go back to your lane. Now, Braden, there's no blue lights. It's me and you. You are driving on the fast lane. You are slow. What is that?
Yeah.
Then if I drive and pass and say, please move, you say, fuck me. You show me a middle finger. Is that right? Because you say you've got a right to be in the first lane. That's not right. We can't all of us say we have rights. Of course we have rights, but hi man, let's respect other people also.
Yeah.
There's one speaker here, my last point, who spoke, Braden, and said, if these police guys, okanye these young boys, or said if these young boys were white, maybe their reaction would be different. I agree with her.
Mm.
Same applies. If these police were white people, their reaction would be different. You see, the reaction will be different.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that in everything that we do in South Africa, we bring the race card.
Yes.
My plea to you, and not to you, to the general public of South Africa, let us respect traffic officers. Let us respect police. Let us respect the army. It is alleged that this VIB protection unit in the whole Africa, they are the highly trained together with the Egypt VIP protection unit.
Yes.
But that does not give them a right to kick people like that. You see,
Mm.
I sometimes feel, Braden, that the way people, they don't respect police, the way people, they mistreat police. You see on the road a traffic officer asking someone nice, please move. A person doesn't move. I feel
Yes.
like police in South Africa need to be given shambok, because it seems as if my nation, they don't listen if you are nice to them.
Mm.
You have to be brutal to them.
Mm.
You see, I really feel like police in South Africa, traffic officers, they need to be given shambok just like Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Not to abuse people, but babafake endleleni kancinci.
Yes.
Serious. Because we don't respect police.
Mm.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Hachi. Godfrey, let's see if we can hear you this time. Let's try again. Network, yeah,
Those
Godfrey.
bars are
Yeah,
not a
still
good sign.
doesn't look good. And I want to hear from him because he's.
And I want to hear, yeah, I also want to hear from him.
Godfrey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, let's try.
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I wanted to say, ke gore people, we don't respect experience, people like her. We don't respect them. So VIP,
Godfrey, move around. Don't stand still. Move around your house. We really, really want to hear your side.
so even if hello,
Yeah, now we can hear you.
okay, should I start from the
Yes.
beginning?
Mm.
Okay, okay. What I was saying, well, the citizens with respect in the cars, BM Benz, van, Metro Cop car, or any car that has a blue light. We don't respect that car. And then with the VIP people are very trained in a different, are trained to protect first and foremost. They feel that
Okay.
that's like they will stop, they will deal, go. And then even if you were to go to police station and open a case, you can open a case for them, but those people, there's nothing that the police can do, believe you me. And the other thing, boy, even if it passes you, they try to drive behind their back with their uh, speed. The last car will stop, will try to distract you because they don't want that.
Heaven.
What's wrong, friend?
Ay, yalo musila ba re kgerisa batho ba. I thought I heard him saying, even if you drive camera bona, then it's a problem.
Yes, he's right. They once did that to me. He's right.
I go.
I once tried to follow Zuma's convoy, ne? And I know he was in that convoy because it was Siyancoba rally at FNB many years back. So they passed, and I think about a kilometer behind them. I tried to follow them driving at 180 kilometers per hour. There were two bikers behind that convoy. They kept pushing me away with the hand. They kept on saying, "Move back," and I slowed down. I slowed down to allow them to go. So he's right. You can't follow because they don't know if you are a threat or what.
Hey, Mar, this is guy. I hate you, brother. Anybody,
That
you
one I
vote for these
experienced,
people to
Brandon.
become VIPs.
Yeah,
You
that one
can't,
I
when you have
experienced.
to see them, it's appointment. When you have to drive behind them, it's a problem. You can't go in front of them, it's a problem. Guys, no, yo,
That one I can testify. I experienced it. I tried to follow them. They waved the hand at me to say, "Hey, don't."
Hmm.
And I reduced my speed, drove at normal speed, and let them disappear in front of me.
One day he's gonna go to a stadium and wave like that. Everyone must just stop. When he gets to a stadium, it's empty. I carry people have stopped because they don't want to fall.
I
Aye,
was
man.
I
This is
was
the
hurt.
guys.
I was hurt that day because I was going to the same stadium with him. I was going to listen to him, but
Yo,
so yeah, it's tough. Here is Big Trail. Big Trail is here, guys. Big Trail is here. Says it's unacceptable.
it's
There's Big,
unacceptable.
there's Big Trail here. Says it's unacceptable.
So Kanye, they don't trust even a piece of paper on the floor where the VIP will pass. But Mudim.
Yes, they don't.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Godfrey,
I should go to my own country. I don't know which country he's talking about. Yeah, no.
Godfrey, I think I'm gonna let you go. We tried to give you a chance to share with us, but I think your network is failing. Godfrey, can you still hear me? No, I think it's not happening with Godfrey. So let me remove him. Somebody says I must accept user 63. Let's hear. User 63. User 63, can you hear me? User
Oh, yes,
63?
I can hear you.
Somebody said I
Yes,
must
brother, I
accept.
can hear you.
Yeah, somebody said I must accept you.
Oh, yes, it will be a pleasure.
Yes. Talk to us.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I have a little bit of some experience, you know. I've been in government, I'm retired now. So I understand the workings of the protection services. And 15 years in government as an MEC. And 5 years of that, I presided over the monitoring of SAPS activities as provided for by the law. So I have some insight. One of the things that I think we need to learn as a country is that police officers or all law enforcement officers give what is called legal instructions.
Yes.
Especially when they are in transit, conveying principals, people who are transported by ambulances, traffic officers escorting heavy vehicles, citizens needs to give them the right of way. I think we should start there. But I think what is missing is to educate our citizens about the limitations of their rights when it comes to this kind of matters.
Yes.
Of course, I must also admit that there was an overreach. I'm raising 2 boys. They are young. They could be doing this on the road and because a threat to try several times and you don't know with as South Africans begin to respect the authority of the law enforcement or they have to be protected by it and go on with your peace.
We tried. User 63, we can't hear you at all. Brenda, can we hear you?
No, not at all. I only had peace,
Yeah.
nothing else. Mm.
So that would be my point for today. But I'm simply
User 63, your connection was very poor. We could hardly hear anything that you are saying. I think we had the first 10 seconds of your submission, but the rest of the things that you're saying, we can't hear them. All right, Brenda, I think I propose closure.
Yes, Brother Denis.
Yeah, I think we've exhausted the issue. So I think we can leave it here. 292 likes, guys. In the next 1 minute, I think the 600 people who are here can take those likes to 300, and then we close at 300K. We're still going to follow this story, guys. It's still fresh. It's still new. Somebody said those guys have been suspended. Somebody said if the victims are not pressing charges, civil society organization will press charges. So we will see. But now I'm saying to you guys, don't raise your hopes too high. Chances of these guys being arrested and prosecuted are very slim, unless if civil society or organizations like Boafri Forum take on them. Maybe there might be justice. But other than that, I do not see them being prosecuted, but I could be wrong. But I've got my reasons for believing that. Thank you, guys. We've just reached round two. So, in short, we will continue to monitor the story. If there's any new information, I will update you, and then we will come back and discuss this and see where this story is going to end. Brenda, your closing shots.
Hi, Brother Denis. Nothing, but what I will say is people should just stay away from SAPS, JMPD. I don't know what's happening with these guys these days. Just try to stay away from them, guys. You can see the anger.
Yeah.
So good night, Brother Denis, and I took your advice. Definitely
Yes.
will just,
Get out of the way,
move
Brenda.
the other way. Yeah, no.
Move. Yeah,
Thank you,
move.
Brother Denis.
Thank you. Good
And
night.
thank you so much to my gifters. Thank you so, so much. We really appreciate your gifts. And
Yes.
see you next time. Good night.
Yes. Good night, Brenda. All right, guys. That's it from me as well. Thank you for your participation. Everybody who's been able to make it to the panel. The queue was very long, guys. I'm sorry. We couldn't take everybody. We will try next time to see how best we can accommodate everyone. Sometimes even when we say 5 minutes per speaker, it's difficult to police that. But we will try. Thank you for all the gifts. Gifters, Puseletso, I still see you here. Thank you. Let me check the other gifters. Puseletso Tauhadi, Tej BB, Eli Resh, Aaron, Nosi, Nompula. I think the other guys have left. Thank you, guys. We are back tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow we're dealing with the Senzo Meiwa case. As you guys might have heard, Judge Maumela is officially out of that case. There's a new judge coming on the 17th, so we're going to discuss that tomorrow, the implications of that change in the trial, what's going to happen. So make sure you don't miss tomorrow's live. We will be dealing with that, guys. Judge Maumela has been removed. Some people should be happy, but definitely it will prolong that trial. But let's deal with that topic tomorrow. Senzo Meiwa trial, the change of the judges. So let's meet again tomorrow, guys. Thank you and good night. Good night, Ditoriso. Good night, Patanke. Good night, Steering Khatla. Night, Slylo. Sharp Chauke. Good night, Ronnie. Good night, Matips. Good night, Nompula. Good night, Africa. Good night, User 63. I'm sorry, User 63, we could not hear you. Actually, it's User 60 or User 69. Good night, Boley. Good night, Jovis. Good night, Mchuza. Good night, Chweni. Good night, Cinda Makosi. Good night, Star. God bless Josie Eviction team, and don't scope and don't have people on the road. Josie Eviction team, don't kill people, guys. Good night, Hami. Good night, Fish. Good night, Buisoa. Good night, Miss B. Yes, Josie, be kind to people. So one day you're gonna move us, guys. It's not nice. Good night, Tools. Slightly or late, we were talking about these guys who were assaulted by VIP protection. We done for the night. Catch us tomorrow, Sly. We're talking about Senzo Meiwa trial. Shorter songs. We're talking about Senzo Meiwa trial tomorrow, Sly. Make sure you are on time tomorrow. Good night, Julia. Julia M. Fish, you want a nice big sasa. Alright, sharp guys, I'm gonna stop the live now. See you tomorrow.